Okay, we live. All right. All right, we're gonna wait for some of y'all to get in here. All right. All right. Wait for that notification kick in. All right, and whoever's playing in the background is gonna be a feedback. All right, peace everybody. Welcome back to All Viral Access Media. I have here today some legends, some pioneers in their own right that was here from the inception of hip hop, and we have, what's up, Sticky? Sticky, please make sure you share. Everybody that's coming in, please make sure you share and hit that like button. Please, before anything, just make sure you share, please. Just share that we are on. I will gladly appreciate you. Thank you. We have Trixie can't make it today, but maybe sometime in the future. But we have SaSa, one of the pioneers of B-Boying. We have
A1 B-Boy SaSa, A1.
A1 B-Boy SaSa.
Got to add that in before somebody take it from me.
That's right. And we have a smooth criminal up in this motherfucker. I mean, fashion icon. He was there from the beginning. Just sharper than a razor blade. We're gonna get more into the fashion. We have
my OG Chip, the Mad Hatter.
I was gonna say triple OG. That's why I was getting collecting my thoughts. But we have Chip, the Mad Hatter, straight out the BX. How you doing, OG?
All right. Notorious.
And we have the guy DJ FaZe, who was under DJ Mario, this King Disco Mario. You know, y'all know him already. We're gonna get into the history and the hip hop background and its origins, and we're gonna tap into a lot of things that has been going around on the internet. I want to thank my boy Cornbread for setting this up for me. So I really appreciate you for doing that. And out of 2 days of communication, you done made this happen. So I'm gonna give you credit for that, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. Definitely.
Absolutely. And we have my homeboy, the Mighty Hebrew. I appreciate you as well for tuning in, King, because he's a historian in his own right. Great brother. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, my lord.
All right. I don't know why I'm nervous over something, because usually I'm smooth with this shit. I don't know. I swear to God. So let me get my shit together, because I don't want to disappoint anyone. So excuse my nervousness, and I usually don't be like this. So with that being said, we're gonna start off first with SaSa and Chip, and then we're gonna go into DJ FaZe, and we all just gonna collaborate on the history of hip hop from their point of view. Hey SaSa, let's start with you, SaSa. All right, here we go. Just can you break down? Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. I'm sorry, y'all. All right. From your experience, right? Give us your timeline on how hip hop started, and what age did you start, and why people think that you are Puerto Rican. You can start from there, brother.
All right. Big ups to all the people that's on right now. It's weird that now why they thought I was Spanish is because the name SaSa, it means source in Spanish.
Okay. All right. And so what was your experience? Give us your timeline of how hip hop started from your point of view. Like what When did you get into the b-boying? What was that influence? What was that spark that made you wanted to get down with everybody in the neighborhood to dance? And this that whole culture at the time. You there, brother? Okay, I don't know. SaSa, you okay? All right now. All right, so let's until he come back in. Let's go to Mr. Daryl Solomon.
Yeah, I'm back in it. It went off for a little while. But yeah, but I'm saying I used to what really got me start dancing in front of people is because I used to go to this place with my family called Peck Lake Bates. And he had a little country club and he had an entertainment stage. And so they seen me dancing on the field, in the park, and people were watching me. And then they had a big stage up there, and then people were like, "Put him on the stage, put on." So I went on the stage and started dancing. And Ed Sullivan took a liking to me and had me come up there all the time every summer when he would give his little country club summer gigs. So and then I started just dancing at school parties. Like at the end of the year in school, they would have parties, and I would start dancing there. And then they would go get the teachers and tell them, "Hey, look at this guy, look at this guy." And as time went on, I started dancing at house parties, which that's when they were calling it burning at that time. When I used to go to the house parties. And then it's where that as I head on, because I used to live on the east side, and I was known for dancing in schools, like on the east side, like 146 and things like that. But then, I started getting into talent shows, and then they started presenting me. They started knowing that I was a popular dancer, so they had talent shows in my school, and then I would be in a talent show. I win the talent shows, so I was just a natural dancer from the get-go. Mike.
Okay. So and when because I heard you was you was nasty on the floor, so in b-boy, so you was really one of those ones that people were scared to battle, right? You probably hit nah, you're not on mute though. Well, go sit next to the router.
Hey, yeah, the phone keep blinking off. I got to keep my eye on it and prevent it from blinking off. Yeah, but I'm saying, if you want to call it that, I don't know that anybody fear from dancing against me, but after they see me, they disrespect it. I don't think they fear. They disrespected, my skill.
Okay, I forgot Truth Savior. Let me hit him up now. My bad. Okay, so okay, random. When did you meet Trixie?
Hey man, let me tell you about Trixie. Trixie, he was the hardest dancer at Herc's at one point. He was like a big celebrity, to the point where like all over the place, like in the Bronx, from what he told me. But he was one of the hot dancers there. He was the number one dancer there. And then you had other cats, that was there that was coming up. I was one of the people that was coming up, and I used to always draw a crowd, and people just started talking about me and how I encountered Trixie, because Trixie got tired of hearing about me. So he came up to my school in junior high school. I was in junior high school. He came up in my school and challenged me. And challenged me. And we had a battle. And that's when I defeated him to become the number one guy. Because he was number one first. So I defeated him, and then I became the number one guy. And then after that, B-Boy was implemented. So Kool Herc tagged me A1 B-Boy SaSa.
Because I was going to ask you that. Who gave you that tag name? So Herc gave you that name.
Herc gave it to me. Herc was the first person I ever heard of B-Boy. Because we was calling it breaking. Like, we're going to break tonight. And then before that, it was the burning, So I never heard of B-Boy. So when he said it, I was like, where'd that come from?
Right. Pete, hold that thought. Everybody that's coming in here, it's enough for y'all. I know how the notification is. Y'all starting to come in here now, but everybody, I need everybody to hit that like button. I need everybody to share. This is going to be a great live with a lot of jewels from their perspective. So please appreciate these guys, these pioneers that took their time to come on here. Everybody's time is precious. So please do me a favor and share this live if you haven't. It don't take that much and it costs nothing. Please share this live. I will gladly appreciate you in advance. All right. Please share if you haven't. If not, bye. I'm sorry. But so what made and I'm gonna come right to you next Chip. What made you get into that? Like as far as the culture, because it was a culture before y'all met Herc. Because it's this thing that he created hip hop, meaning the culture, because hip hop musically is just a form of expression that's what's happening in the streets already. So the culture is already there. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what was it like before you started breakdancing or like just it's what's hip hop culture to you? Pretty much.
What? How I look at hip hop is like people who's enthusiastic, with dancing, meeting people, having fun, and like expressing themselves, through dance and socializing. Expressing themselves in a dramatic way, such as dance, rapping, it's just it's just a form of entertainment, of being entertained. I look at it as a form of being entertained. It's an entertainment thing.
Okay, so and then I'm gonna go to Chip too. So, but if anything, with Herc is concerned, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, far as Herc is concerned, right? All right, he's about to come on now. All right, good. I'm good. I was just going off because I supposed to have him in here as well. So, but anyway, far as culture, like what was the difference between Herc and other DJs? Was he the only one catering to the young crowd? Because there's some before him, but what made him so different from everyone else?
All right, you just saying from my perspective, if you're talking to Chip or me or SaSa.
That question's for both of y'all, but you can answer that and then Chip right after you, sir.
Oh, it's weird that like you was able to come with sneakers on. You didn't have to be. You could wear casual. Wear. You didn't have to really dress up with a suit and shoes, and and you had a lot of street people. It seemed like he was catered to like street people. Not that he wanted to, but he would draw these type of people when it came down to wearing sneakers. Because the discos didn't like you to wear sneakers. So that distinguished him, So he basically became like a hood a DJ, like for the neighborhood, anybody, the neighborhood, could come there and you ain't had to have no shoes on, but you had to look decent, however you could look fly with sneakers or, you was accepted. But it seemed like he just catered and didn't why his name hip hop, because he actually, from my point of view, he catered to the hip crowd, to the crowd that considered himself hip.
Now, I'm gonna have to mute somebody's background from that feedback. I think that's you, brother, Chip. But that question is gonna be to you what I just asked him. But somebody's saying that my mic is messed up. Is my mic crackling, everybody? Like, is it crackling? I don't know.
It's good on my end. Your mic is good on my end, SaSa. This SaSa. Your mic is good on my end.
Right, and I'm asking the people inside of the chat. Is my mic fine? Can y'all press one? Somebody feedback. It is. Fuck. All right, because I don't want to go no further. Hold on 1 second. Let me fix my mic, y'all. I don't want it to mess up this whole live. So I apologize, everybody. Let me unplug. All right, so I'm saying one. Yeah. So I'm gonna unplug my mic. All right. Hopefully I sound better. How I sound now, everybody?
I can hear you.
Sound good to me, SaSa.
Yeah, somebody might get.
Yeah, you sound good to me on this end.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Sane. Come on, for real. It's good now. All right, great. It's somebody's background though. I don't know if that's. Do you have a TV on in the background, Chip?
No. No, I don't have nothing on.
Okay. All right. So that okay. So it seemed like that was SaSa. Whatever you got going on in the background, probably go to a more quiet room if you don't mind, brother. All right. So Chip, because I don't want to waste nobody's time here. All right. So Chip, so what was your experience? Give me your timeline on how hip hop started in your eyes and what made you catch that bug to start dancing and b-boying and Hustle City and all that. Talk goddamn.
Well, I was already, from a kid, I was dancing in the house all the time. James Brown was, just couldn't get enough of James Brown and dancing in the house. I'd dance in front of my family. Everywhere I went, I'd dance. If I wasn't dancing, I'd be playing basketball.
Right.
But as a young kid, that's mostly dressing. And you're looking at the older guys, how they dress. With the alpaca sweaters, the teardrops. So, I went to Taft High School.
Okay.
And back then, we first block parties, house parties, we going up on Forest Projects. We go on Tenement. And this is where the Burn was doing it. I'll burn you.
Right.
So that's the beginning of breakdancing, or what you call it. That's when it originated. All the girls had the move, the guys had the move. And what was so great about Kool Herc and Coke Rock and Timmy and them is that this was the Mecca. If you was the baddest dancer, you went to Herc parties. And matter of fact, if some of the baddest girls can dance. And some of the flyest girls was there. And all the hustlers that would made it more popular and the 5%ers had his back. And we can go there and we don't have no problems. We talking to the girls, nobody fighting nobody, nobody wearing colors. Everybody just chill. And you can hear all the hustlers talk about Herc party. They say, after I finish hustling, I'm gonna put on my jewelry. I'm gonna call me a Godfather cab. That's when you're doing it in style. I'm going to Herc party. And they get a Godfather and will pick up their whole crew to go to Herc party and Coke. And both Coke and Herc had two different styles. And sometimes Timmy played. Timmy played some of the times. So you had different flavor. And the records and the music. I mean, Herc playlist was out of this world. Nobody wasn't playing what he was playing.
Now,
Only him. Yeah.
now hold that thought, because I'm asking these questions first, but we're gonna get into the real nitty gritty questions, because I understand both sides of this whole coin. But we're gonna dive into that. I just want to get your beginnings from your perspective, and then we can get into everything else. So but I since somebody put it in there, which I was gonna ask already, so I'm gonna ask it now. So Herc or Mario? Who is the beginning? You can even throw in DJ Smokey, but for right now, we gonna get to Smokey too. But Herc or Mario?
Herc.
Now, why you say that? And I know.
I went to Mario.
About to grow an extra gray hair over there. I got you, King.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, Herc.
But go ahead.
Mario. I went to Mario parties. I was all over there. I know Bosco, when Bosco was with him, Bosco played with Mario. Nah.
Now, and I'm gonna let DJ FaZe come in too right after this, because I know that y'all was on different sides. One was on the west side and like the south side. What side it was? I think the south. Who was on the west side? The west side of the Bronx was
the West was West Bronx.
Right. And Bronxdale is the other side. So yeah, y'all could have been on both. You've been on at Mario's shit, and you at what's the name? Might get some dates. I will, absolute. And let me not look in the chat. Y'all gonna throw me off. But everybody has their own different experience on who started what. Yes, he got the he was coined or named or gave that moniker as Disco King Mario. However, he was already outside doing this thug dizzle with the music and bringing people together. So let me just be quiet right now and FaZe, unmute yourself, and I know you have a rebuttal. Unmute yourself, King. You got to unmute yourself. You muted.
Okay. I was sitting here and I was just putting my hand over my mouth so that I would not say one word, and I made it. I didn't say one word. But I just have a question. Now, the brother that said that he came and saw Mario play, can you tell me the years that you saw Mario play?
I've seen Mario play in the 70s.
What year?
73. Look here. My family lived in Bronx River. Okay. My family lived. I'm from 169th Street. I'm 60. I'll be 69.
Okay.
I'm 69. So I used to come around there. I used to see Mario out there doing the snake dance. See him. And I see him out there doing the snake dance way back. None of the guys that was dancing at Kool Herc was dancing at Mario parties. Now, if you played a certain way, all the B-boys or B-girls, or which we didn't even call that, would be there out there dancing.
Okay.
Well, be out there because I had the twins with me, and they much younger than me, and I had Clark Kent with me.
Okay.
And over there, you had Andre. You had One Eye Andre. He was well known. And you didn't have Chubby. Chubby wasn't over there.
Okay, so I'm letting you go ahead and talk. I'm letting you talk.
Okay. I'm gonna let you talk now.
The question was, and you answered it. You said 73. So you do know that Mario was coming outside in 70 and 71, don't you?
Look here. Yeah, but that's disco. That's the whole disco era.
Let me explain something to you. disco didn't come out until 75, 76.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
It was,
Cause,
was not
no way. No way.
it was considered
One at a time. One at a time.
It was considered so.
Yeah, I got it. They gonna
Disco. First of all, disco. The name Disco King was for the discotheque. It was not for disco music, because at the time that the name was given, disco music wasn't out yet. It was disco music came out 75, 76. So
No.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in a second? Chip, can I chime in?
All right.
Listen,
yes. And what I'm gonna do too, I'm gonna get a timer in a minute so everybody can have a good 3 minutes.
And just let me just talk now. Let me talk, and then I'll just like I let everybody else talk. Let me talk. Okay. So now, when in 70 and 71, when he didn't have the name Disco King, because he took the name Disco King from JJ, which was Kool D's MC. And Kool D came to Disco King Mario at 75, maybe 75, 76. Now, Kool D was playing in the clubs, just like Herc was playing in the clubs. Hip hop did not start in the clubs. Hip hop didn't start with teenagers. So it was no such thing as going to the club and wearing slacks and wearing pointy shoes and stuff like that when hip hop was started. Now, let's go to the breaks. Let's go to those records that was supposed to be break records. The records were Pig Meek Markham, Steam, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, James Brown, the Isley Brothers, Shake It, Shake It Now, Shake It, Shake It Now. These are breaks that were made before 1973. These breaks that were made before 72 and 71. So those were the breaks that were used. So when Herc came in the so-called index card party, what breaks were he using? He wasn't. If he said he started in 70, then what breaks was he using? So when Herc started playing in 73, I could tell you the records that he was playing, and they did not, like, I'll give you a perfect example. Shake It Down by the
he got 1 more minute. Everybody gonna get 3 minutes. It's almost done.
The Isley Brothers record was made in 67, and Pig Meek Markham was made in, I think, 68. And James Brown, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, was maybe 70 or 71. So these were the records that Mario, not Disco King Mario, that Mario played. And these are the things that brought out what they call B-Boy, because the B-Boy was standing for, and this you can ask any of the real people that was there, tell you that it meant Bronxdale boy, and that's where it came from. Bronxdale boy. All right, and so now that's where that came from. Now, all of that stemmed from the Black Spade dance. The Black Spade dance. That's why one of the famous things that the Black Spades had was James Brown's Spade Power, Spade Power, Spade Power. Okay, because that was one of the dances that they did instead of fighting each other.
Now hold that thought, because I gave you 3 minutes. Chip has the same 3 minutes in a small grace period. It's on you, brother. I appreciate you, all of y'all. Thank you. Chip is on you, brother.
All right. Man, I can't. I'm trying to stop laughing. But you know, like all Herc records had break beats in it, and you had more like not only you had James Brown, you had the Latin Quarters, you had Kool in the Gang, you had so many. You had the Mexican. You had every record had a break beat to it.
And when did the Mexican come out?
Look, I can't get into the years, what years it came in.
I
But I
can.
know,
I can.
Let him cook. FaZe. He
Okay,
gave
got
you
it.
a break. He gave you. You know?
see. All right. In my year, Herc went to school in Taft. When I entered Taft in 1970, Herc was DJing already, but we already put the date 1973, and all his records had break beats. Now he had records that they didn't play on the radio station. Nobody wasn't playing. Now, if you want to talk about the gang system, only thing I've seen guys getting beating up dudes.
Can I ask one question?
Half of the time. I didn't see nobody out there dancing against one another. And that's what my life was all about. Competing against other people. Or showtime. When me and my dance partner, Janet Rock, dance. Now, we was known for the B-Boy hustle. And all the B-Boys did that B-Boy hustle at Kool Herc parties.
Can I add on real quick? When y'all speak, please give the years as well too. If you, because I did hear you say you can't remember the year or whatever on certain things, but if y'all can add on those years, that'd be very.
Well, we go on. My years is from 1973, and we stopped doing it. We left probably 76. We was out of there because we was grown men's at that time. We get ready to go into the manhood, wearing 3-piece suits.
Okay.
You know, probably we might go back to a Kool Herc party for a minute, but you know, we was getting too old for that. By that time, you know, you had the raps game came in.
Okay.
When you go to all the clubs.
All right, so we're gonna end it right there. We're gonna let FaZe rebuttal, but Cornbread, you had a question. Go ahead, family.
The timelines. We're talking about the timelines, right?
Mm-hmm.
With DJ, right? Remember we had a conversation before where New York had a DJ hierarchy. You had all city DJs, and you had your local DJs. You had DJs like Flowers, my boy, a plumber, all of them was all city DJs where they could walk around the city, everybody know who they were. Having their names on commercials on the radio with Frankie Crocker and everybody playing their names and where they're going to be at and performing. Then you had your local DJs, which is all over the borough, who may be known within their neighborhood. And at that point, that's about it. When it came to the Bronx, DJ Jones was the first one I heard put the Bronx on the map, popularity-wise, as a DJ. He had some proteges on him later on, Flash, Glovebug, Starsky, a few of them, Kool D, a few of them. When Kool D came from Brooklyn, he was running with Fantasia. DJ Chip, the Electric God, all of them was running together and they separated. D came out here with Tyrone, they came out to the Bronx, put Bronxville on the map. Bosco himself told me, he said, as far as I know, when Mario started, he started out on what Kool D said. That's why he started perfecting the stuff on his set first. Kool D had the best sound system. Brooklyn is known for having the best sound systems.
Please hold that thought real quick, brother, because everybody, please hit the like button. And I know you may be in tune to what's being said, but please, those likes does a lot for the algorithms. Please, if you haven't hit that like button, please hit it. It don't cost you nothing. And please share There's Cash App links that's in there. Forget me. Everybody that's on there, make sure you show them some love, and I will gladly appreciate that. Everybody, please share because y'all gonna learn something. These guys took their time. Everybody time is precious here. All I'm asking is to show that appreciation, share, and like. Go ahead, Cornbread. And then FaZe.
Sitting under these dudes telling me these stories growing up, right? Everybody put somebody on the map. P.D. Jones put the Bronx on the map, but he wasn't doing what they were doing underground. He took his proteges, he showed them how to blend records when nobody knew how to blend records yet. Flowers was the first to do it. Flowers with his intern job, or whatever he was doing with Frankie Crocker at WLBI as a teenager, he had hands on professional equipment as a child prodigy, teenager. So when he hit the streets playing for the Tomahawks and everybody else, he was blending, trying to bring nightclub music out to the streets. And they was like, how's he blending those records like that? He's not picking up a needle and dropping it. He's learning because he's getting access early before everybody. But he got nice with it. Before disco kicked in, which is 73, Flowers was playing strictly funk records, R&B and soul. When he first started learning how to blend, he was blending Bobby Bird records with James Brown records. So that to me is like an early form of hip hop without a name to it. He don't know what he's doing, but he's having fun. He got freestylers out there, what you call burning, in Brooklyn doing it. It was a formation of the city in general because everybody wanted to be into DJing. The most popular DJs in the Bronx, if we're going to stick to the Bronx, where we from, between 70 and 71, the only names that ever came up to me when I heard was John Brown, whoever was playing at the Plaza Tunnel. They was all partying at his place. Psychedelic Shack, the Factory West in Harlem. They was all over the place. So every DJ had their DJ or whoever introduced them into hip-hop. Some people said Smokey from the Smogatrons introduced them to hip-hop. Some people say Mario introduced them to hip-hop. Some people say John Brown introduced them to hip-hop. Like FaZe Crew, the writer. His crew, Herc himself. If you want to be honest, he would say it was John Brown that introduced us to hip-hop before we had a name for it. Everybody had to pass the baton. Everybody had their own dance crew at their parties. The best dancers followed the best DJs and carried their name sometime. So everybody's gonna say who's the first this episode. Even Brooklyn people saying they're the first. It was just a movement, a wave. It's a Black American movement. It's a wave. They was doing it in what separates hip hop from other funk parties. We're all playing James Brown. We're all playing soul. Aretha Franklin, Jimmy Castor. I told them the difference between New York and Cali and Detroit and Chicago was that we extended the breaks. That was what separated us from y'all. We evolved differently on the same music, same culture. There's different forms of martial arts in Asia, but you can see the basis of it when you watch them fight.
All right.
They fight with their feet. They pick fighting. The same thing with us. The way we dance, we got similar dance moves all across the United States. It's Black American dance styles, but they evolve differently in different states and different regions.
Hold that thought, King. Because and I want SaSa to speak too. Let's go to FaZe. We're gonna do the 3 minutes. Then we're gonna go back to Chip. Then SaSa, True Savior. Then the homie Mighty Hebrew. Go ahead, FaZe.
All right, so back to what I was saying as far as the records are concerned. So these records, especially like Cold Sweat, like I said, like the Delphonics even had a break record. Sandy Nelson had a break record. Stream had a break record. Na na la na, hey hey hey. And those records. So those were the records that were actually creating and molding hip hop. So what it was about those records that it had an actual drum breakdown. Now, back in those days in 1970 and 71, the mixer from one turntable to the second turntable was not created yet. You can look it up and see. It was not even made up. There was no knob mixer. There was no up and down mixer. There was no crossfade mixer in 1970. The only things that they had when at the radio stations, and I've been in WWRL and all of those, right? What they had was a switch. A switch would say A and B, and that would allow them to go from one record to the other. Now, in the radio days, where they had that, they didn't need two records because they weren't blending. So the person would talk and then put the record on. So if you look at the older things like Wolfman Jack and all of those records and Henderson and all of those, they had one turntable. So there was no mixer to do the knob and mixer to go from one turntable to the other. That's number one. When Herc started out, he started out with a mixer. And if I'm not mistaken, he had a crossfade mixer. So not even a up and down mixer, because the first mixer was a up and down mixer. The second mixer the first mixer was a knob mixer that turned a round knob. The second mixer
That's
was
the Bozak.
a down mixer. The third mixer was a crossfade mixer.
1
That's
minute.
number one. Another thing is that the turntable. Let's go to the turntable now. Back in those days, in 1970, the main record of the main turntable was not a turntable. It was a record player. This allowed it to have 78, 45, and 33. It was able to put more than 4 or 5 records on it because the middle of the spindle had a long pin, a hanger pin that allowed you to auto eject. So that meant that when the record got to the groove, that means that the needle would go from that end of the groove to all the way to the arm, and then from the arm, a next record would drop down, and then it would go off. It would go to the next thing.
20 seconds, brother.
Okay, in order for you not to have that type of thing, you would have to pay at least, back in those days, maybe $300 or $400 for a TAC turntable. The TAC turntable only allowed one record to be played at a time. One record. Okay, so now let's go back to the breaks. If these breaks were being played, you would have to, number one, pick up the needle because you were not spinning back on a Gerard turntable. You were not, because number one, they did have a band, but it was mostly direct drive. Those when the belt drives came out, it was more easy to put a felt on there and spin the record back. So for saying that in 1973 that someone had 2 turntables and was mixing records back to back, it's like that. It really doesn't sound like that's what was happening.
Okay, hold.
If this was happening, they would have had some kind of device to do that. Now, I know, because I'm a DJ, I know what was being used, and what was being used at that time was a Sansui receiver. And this allowed you to go from phono 1 to phono 2, or phono 1 and auxiliary. And now that meant that you could take one record and you could play that record, and then you could hold the needle, because you had to hold it. You could not let it spin. You had to hold it, And when that record came off, you have to take one hand and turn it to auxiliary or phono 2, let the record go, and that's how it would go. So those were the breaks. Now,
Wait. Hold that thought, brother. Sorry. And you cooking. But I want everybody to get their thoughts out. So we're gonna go to Chip and then SaSa, and it's SaSa, and then we go like I said, because you was here first. So I'll go to the Mighty Hebrew, then True Savior, and Cornbread. You can mediate as well. Brother Chip is on you. I know you got some thoughts now.
You know, I ain't gonna get into any techno things that, I'm a dancer.
Right.
My main thing was dancing. I wasn't into that. Herc was playing. He was mixing. He had the merry-go-round going on, and everybody was dancing. And I can understand when somebody's talking, but they wasn't there. They wasn't even at a Herc party or a Smoky party. I just can't see and going to tell them I'm dancing off of all these records what Kool Herc and Coca Rock is playing in the 70s and 73. I went to school with Kool Herc. Matter of fact, Herc played on a boat ride.
Mina, peace to Mina. I see you, baby girl.
On a boat ride where everybody was breaking down or burning. I said, man,
So let me interject real quick, because like you said, you was dancing, and so you wasn't really in the technological thing, but FaZe was. So I mean, this is what I'm thinking as we all listening to these stories for these years, especially as a recent. What I'm getting is that y'all heard of each other, and some of y'all claim that hip hop started over here because you heard it over here in your projects first, and it's same as vice versa. So it could that be that? Because that's what it almost sounds like. But at some point, there's always the neo. It was
where
it popped first.
It's a time frame. Some people wasn't even out there when we was doing this thing.
So are you saying? So are you saying that Mario was not when Herc was around? King Mario was it? I don't think that's true though.
Man, I mean, I'm saying that
go ahead.
It was two different styles. Two different styles. Mario had a different style from Kool Herc. Herc had a unique style. Now you say, like, if you take Flashing Them, it's a different style. Flashing Them is cutting. They cutting up records. So you have two different styles, or you got Fear and all. Everybody play different. When I'm outside in Katona Park, I come in there. I say, if I'm looking for somebody that plays similar like Herc play, I might catch one or two. Or playing the same playlist that Herc has. See, every DJ has a playlist. So that's what's going to keep the crowd going.
But Herc couldn't even mix though. He was a bad blender.
But the whole thing about it wasn't about if you in cater when you dancing. When you dancing, you in cater to what Herc is playing. If he's mixing the record, he's mixing it in just right for you to dance.
Hold that thought, please. let's go to SaSa. Unmute yourself, SaSa. What's your thoughts, brother, on this whole thing? And I know
And
that
please come back to me for 1 minute because I just got to iterate what he said.
I know, because this is what I'm going to do too. I kind of already foresaw this, which is good, and I'm glad everyone is respecting each other point of view. I'm going to have you and Chip ask each other's questions respectfully, and y'all answer it that way. So all the rebuttals that's coming, or how y'all feel, if y'all like to respectfully go there.
Let me ask you one. Let me say one thing. You know, like you had two different eras, like a little different era. I'm kind of like before Sa. I'm much older than Sa, so it's a big difference. When we came in with Herc, the burn was out. Everybody was doing the burn. Then it went into breaking. So you have two different types of style. See, hip hop, it changed. Everything changed. The style dancing changed. You got year after year change. We had a routine what we would do with the girls when we dancing with the girls. Then you had guys that was Showtime, dance by themselves, like Sa, Clark Kent, the Twins, Dancing Doug, Trixie. No, but mostly Trixie challenged people.
And Mina, salute to the scoreboard. Had a great conversation last night, and he broke down a lot of stuff with on King Mario. Mina, which is King Mario's daughter, that's in the chat, and I sent you the link too if you want to jump on. The link is in your I just text you, so if you want to jump on, please do so. And if you want to have call what's the name scoreboard on the behalf of your father, send him the link as well. Let me go to Cornbread real quick because I know you have some thoughts as well too. And I'm gonna come to everybody. I swear to God, everybody gonna get a chance because I know all of y'all have some great knowledge. Everybody that's on this platform, besides me, yeah, y'all know way more than I do. But Cornbread, I know you may have some questions. Go ahead, brother, and then SaSa.
During that time frame, right, between 70 and 73, there were certain people mixing records. The white boys was doing it first. As far as the black community, Flowers was doing it first. Nobody was known before Flowers mixing records. What Flowers was doing was hip hop before it had a name. When disco kicked in around 72, 73, Frankie Crocker and a bunch of other people introduced some disco and told them there's more money into it. The underground thing is cool for your friends, but there was money in disco. Each would put in 2 nightclubs at a night, 3 nightclubs, however. Put your names on multiple flyers, you're gonna get money because he was a child prodigy. He was doing shit Frankie Crocker couldn't do. Bringing records from overseas of funk bands that we never heard of that would rock here, like Soul Makosa. He was doing all this stuff early, Apache, Mexican, before Herc. That's what I said, Herc gets his credit. But what he was in 73 was what Flowers was in 67, 68, 69. Until somebody noticed him at a radio station, a record store playing records. But his ear for the music of mixing records, they brought him in. So I give Flowers credit. So if people want to do a Mount Rushmore DJs, or who they think started it, it's more of a snowball effect. I say Flowers first because he was out there before everybody. He had access to a professional equipment, the Bozak, all the different type of equipment he was using first. Before the white boys, Grasso and Kevorkian and all of them was having it. Around the same time, but they blew up. That inspired other DJs that want to DJ in Brooklyn and Queens. Everybody wanted to do it. BDJ Jones says himself, I followed Flowers. He said he was just immaculate. He said he first started records where parties don't stop, just non-stop music, where you couldn't tell where the record began to end. And when disco came in, he broke out. He ran straight for the money. A lot of people say underground, let's stay local. Cool. But in my Mount Westmore would be Flowers. Then John Brown. Then Smokey the Smoker-Trons. Then come Mario and Herc. Flash, Breakout, and bam.
Let's go.
That's how I see it in that order.
SaSa,
It's a lot of them. Hello?
SaSa, unmute yourself, brother, because you've been quiet for a minute, and that's my bad. Let me come to you. What's your thoughts about everything that you just heard, bro? If you hold on, let me see. You there, SaSa? You gotta unmute yourself, brother. If yeah, you muted. Unmute. Hit that speaker icon. Because I can't unmute him on my end.
Is he asleep?
Oh, there you go.
You hear me, Mike?
Yes. Yeah, I got Hebrew streets raised. I got Hebrew. Trust me, I got everybody. Go ahead, family. Go ahead, SaSa.
Okay, you want me to elaborate on the mix or Mario? What do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, the Herc and Mario. Who was before what?
Well, look at here.
Team Herc, but overall, what you just heard.
Okay, from my point of view, and I can only tell you, from me being there, is that I was there like 73, right? I don't think I was at the first one. I know I was at the second one. If I wasn't at the first one, I'm not sure, it was so long ago. But the thing is, he was blending. I heard him blending in. I heard him blending from going from one record to the next record then, because he didn't have no house equipment. He wasn't his equipment wasn't like the house party equipment. His equipment was professional. So he had all them gadgets and stuff like that at that time. When I was there, he had them gadgets. He at the top of the line, so he ain't had no house he ain't had no house equipment. And like me as far as Mario, right? I heard about Mario like later on. I don't know, I think about 75 or something like that. Not saying that he wasn't playing. I'm saying I didn't hear about him until then. But while I was at Herc's, in 73, I heard Herc mixing. I heard her mixing, man.
Okay. All right. Let's just go to
But Herc, to be honest, Herc got his professional equipment late. I mean, his stuff was top notch though, but it was late. It was late. To be honest, it was top notch because who he got it from was a dude from the Hevalo. There was a professional DJ, the Hevalo, who had all the top notch equipment. And he was leaving the Hevalo and Herc was replacing them. And Herc asked him for the equipment. And him and the father bought the equipment off the guy. But the equipment was top notch. Spent like 10 grand. I mean, everything, Macintosh. He had it all. And he was, where you get all this from? He said, the money I got from college, from Grant, I spent on all this equipment. So now he's not going to work for the Hevalo no more. Herc took it. Herc said, I'll buy it off you piece by piece. That's when they couldn't mess with Herc. That's when that system was like overpowerful. It was too much. And the dude sold it to him. And that's when Herc started really, really crushing. But nobody knew where he got the equipment from because he was like 16, 17 years old. Like, we're a 17-year-old kid getting $10,000 equipment from like this for him. That's why he started dominating.
Hold on. Go ahead, Faith, real quick. And then I'm going to go to...
well, you said it real quick, but you said you was going to give me the chance to talk. Okay, yes, I'll go quick. I'll speak quick. Okay, so the records that was just talked about was Jimmy Castor and Apache. If you look up when Apache was made and you look up when Jimmy Castor is made, you'll see that they were not even in existence in 70 and in 71. That's number one. Number two, the breaks, the what makes it different between people what Flowers was doing and what Mario was doing, it was the difference of what they were doing in hip hop is exactly that, the breaks. The breaks are what makes it the B-boy, because the breaks is what they were dancing to. The breaks is what they were talking, snapping over, and that's what they were doing. It was the breaks. So let's go back to the breaks. Let's go back to James Brown in I think 1970 or 69 is when he made Cold Sweat. Now that record is just it's just a small little break. Right. So now to go from one turntable to the other, I don't care how fast you are, you're not spinning it back. So you would have to be picking up the needle. Now, this is something that I know for a fact that there was no blending break like Cold Sweat. There was no blending that because
you know what beat matching? You know beat matching. You know beat matching. No, you know beat matching. You know who was all doing it between 70 and 73? That's well recorded. FaZe, you should know this. You cannot say people were not beat matching with Bozaks.
Listen, I'm trying to explain something to you.
Why do you think Flower stood out more than everybody else in the whole New York City?
Okay.
All boroughs. Why Mario couldn't compete with him? Why Mario wasn't more popular than John Brown? Why was y'all all going to John Brown parties?
So in other
Black
words,
Spades, Black Pearls. Everybody was running to his parties because his playlist. Even Herc said I had to copy his playlist. Herc said I had to take his playlist and add stuff to it. And they asked Herc, where'd you get that Just Come from? I got it from Brown. Where'd you get it? I got it from Brown. Buttermilk, Kool and Gang, Brown. They took all his playlists. He said, I just added stuff to it. What made you separate yourself from John Brown? He said, because everybody played James Brown. James Brown was the beginning of hip hop. What made you different from John Brown stealing all his stuff? He said, when Timmy Tim gave me a copy of Apache. That took everything.
You just said it right there.
I'm still talking. I'm still explaining it to you. Once he gave him that a copy of Apache, he said that became my signature record right there from parties that were not broadcasting Apache.
What?
It became my signature record.
Hold on, Cornbread. Go ahead.
What year was Apache made?
We know that. What do you think we're talking about?
You said that John Brown was when he gave him Apache. What year?
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. They said, what separated you from John Brown's playlist that you took from 1970 71? He said, when I got my hands on Apache.
Okay.
That's in 74 when he got his hands on Apache. 75, that's when he got his hands on Apache.
So now, what were the breaks before that? I just gave you an example of Cold Sweat. And so the break part is just the drums. We're not talking about putting the rest of the instruments into the record and making sure do that. Anybody can do that. Anybody, you could do that on a closing play. You can have two closing plays to play the whole entire record. We're talking about the break part because that's what hip hop is. It's dancing over the break part. It's dancing over the part where it's just the drums. It's just that's take away from the drums. Now, if you talk about beat matching, that has nothing to do with playing break to the end of the break and synchronizing it so that it'll play continuously from that same place. So beat matching is when you take a beat and you can take another beat that is similar and blend together.
You just said it yourself. Yo. You said it yourself. When you beat match and you blend, he did it with James Brown and Bobby Bird records.
Dancing off no Cold Sweat.
He did it. Flowers was a funk master fanatic. All he played was James Brown and Bobby Bird. He started bringing in Kool in the gang. He was a fanatic for funk records. You only can beat match funk and soul records.
You just said that it was about beat matching. So what you're saying is
that's what I did. I'm telling you.
Like Concrete Park, and you can mix it with Shaft in Africa. But that has nothing to do with taking two Cold Sweats and using just the break beat on Cold Sweat and go from one Cold Sweat to the other Cold Sweat. So
That's extending a break beat. You're talking about extending a break beat.
and that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's what
I just said you can mix a Bobby Bird record with a James Brown record by beat matching.
was the difference between what Flowers and all of them were doing. They were taking records, that any ordinary records, and they were going from one record.
Phase. Listen. You cannot. The history cannot change. Facts cannot change.
Let me ask this
When
question.
you talk to anybody from the 1970s, they will tell you nobody was better than Flowers. Grandmaster Flowers.
What?
Hold on. I'm going to mute. Nobody can hear him because I want to ask this question. He going. Damn, that nigga going. All right, goddamn. You gotta let me now hold that thought, because now we talking about hip hop at the end of the day, right? There's a difference between disco and there's a difference between hip hop. Is it the extent of the beats that makes hip hop the coin phrase hip hop?
Yes.
Okay, now
James Brown was the beginning of that.
That's what it is by definition, and all that extends from the James Brown funk beats and the funky drum and all that. Who was first? That determines who created it. So it's the toss up.
There was a lot of people doing it. That's why they asked me in California. They said, "What's the difference between funk records in California and funk records in New York?" We were all playing the same funk parties. I said the only difference was that we extended records. We blended extended breaks of funk records. Y'all didn't do that in California. That's what made us hip hop.
See the whole thing about it is that it's a big difference. Nobody wasn't breaking or burning at Grandmaster Flowers and them parties.
Exactly.
Nobody wasn't doing it. When me and the twins took it to
Listen.
That's why he was.
Hey, listen, Solomon. Hey, Chip.
Yeah.
What year did you go to Grandmaster Flowers parties?
Huh?
What year did you and the twins go to Grandmaster Flowers parties?
We went to 74.
74.
Yeah.
How old was the twins in 74?
Keith and Kevin went down to Manhattan Center, and Grandmaster Flowers told them because a Boyer was down there. He wanted them. He told us to come to Brooklyn. So Keith and Kevin took us to Brooklyn for him and Clark Kent the dance contest in Brooklyn.
They were freestyling out there in Rock, the same thing as burning.
And nobody wasn't breaking. Keith and Kevin and them, they were doing
burning and rocking and freestyling is the same thing.
And no, it was not. Burning is burning.
Burning and up rocking, all that stuff is different.
All burning, rock, and freestyle was
burn through the whole record. You can burn through the whole record. You can only break dance on the break.
Breakers, if you gonna drop on the floor to the breaks for breakdancing. I'm talking about 71, 70, 71, 73. There was no breakdancing. There was no breakdancing in 70, 71, and 72.
Right now,
there was no breakdancing in 70, 71, 72. There was burning, breaking, rocking, freestyling.
Wait.
There you go. We started breakdancing in 70.
When Kool Herc said himself, I was trying to break at a John Brown party. He wasn't breaking. There was no breaking at John Brown parties. So why do you think Herc would say something like that?
71. Why
would you say Herc said he was breaking at a John Brown party? Herc know there was no breakdancing at John Brown parties in 70, 71.
Hold on. Wait.
You never seen Mario in 71.
71.
You got to be on mute. FaZe, hold that thought. I'm going to put you on mute real quick, FaZe, because everybody going to get a chance to ask each other questions. But this is good. But please, everybody get their blood pressure down. Go drink some garlic water or something. Like, everybody just...
But
the mighty Hebrew, then we go into True Savior. Go ahead, brother. You on? True Savior.
Shalom to the
Hebrew.
Family. Shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Now, I'm an outsider somewhere. I'm from Philly, but my old heads is like cornbread, different cats that was dealing with graffiti. My father was an original gang leader in the Oxford Street gang from 8th Oxford to 12th Oxford. He was in the documentary y'all might have seen known as The Jungle. and my mother was in the original Zulu Nation out of Philadelphia, 1966. But let's get to the
And that was
point,
the real
right?
Zulus. That's not the new Zulus. That was the real Zulu.
Yeah, the real Zulu Nation come out of Philly. So let's break this down. Let's deal with hip hop because it seemed like we're sliding away from hip hop. When you look at Grandmaster Flowers, we know he came out of Brooklyn, New York. We know that he was a disco DJ in 1968. Now, he was not breaking the beats as you see Disco King Mario roughly around 1970, 1971. There is a difference in the way the breaks were like beaten, so to say. What's going on right now, it seemed like there's a clashism, but from the research that I've seen, it seemed like burning came out of what was known as the spade dance. And then from there, you get this burning. And then from there, and you see this concept of hip hop being born from out of a subdivision group known as the Baby Spades within the Black Spades. And they're being influenced by Pig Meat Marham. They're being influenced by the Last Poets. We just interviewed the leader of the Last Poets the other day, David Nelson, aka Dawid Ben Israel. The point that I'm saying is when we look at all 5 elements of hip hop, if you're talking about B-Boy, because the whole argument is that Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans are co-creators of hip hop. I'm saying no, it's strictly a foundational Black American or African American way of life. Point blank, point blank, period. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Right, we got to take it.
Yeah, I'm turning it down. Okay. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. When you talking about rapping, we can go back to the Jubilees, 1946. Pygmy Martin, 1968. If you're talking about breakdancing, we can go to the Mills Brothers in the 1930s. If you're talking about disc jockeying and DJing, we can go down south to Jocko Henderson. And them disc jockeys already had 2 turntables in the mic. You talking toasting, that come from down south. Jamaicans after the Second World War were given radios to tap into these down south disc jockeys, and they learned toasting from them. Even the pioneers of sky music from out of their own mouth said that they were swatting or they were imitating foundational Black American musicians. Then when we start talking about B-Boy and breakdance, I already broke that down. The 5th element being knowledge. We had the Nation of Islam. We had the Hebrew Israelites, Moorish Science Temple, the Nation Gods and Herbs, the Kemetic Science, you name it. We had all these elements. When we look at the Black Spades, out of all these gangs that you see in the Bronx, the Black Spades was born out of a revolutionary resistant mind state in its original origin. So they was being guru and all them. They was all being influenced by the civil rights movement, the Black Power movement. We have to study this thing from a social anthropological perspective. And when we study it, we see the influences of the Black Spades being caught up in what is known as Black Power. You listen to the James Brown. You're seeing all these things. And you're seeing these little rascals or baby spades running around dealing with 1 turntable, a microphone. They're doing all these things. Now they're doing spade dances instead of Black soul power. It became spade power. So from my research, it seems like hip hop was born out of Bronxdale projects. When you talking about the dressing, wearing the champagne cologne, wearing the British walkers, the mock necks, the whole way of dress. When I look at Grandmaster Flash and all them, you can clearly tell that Kool Herc and them came late. I have statements out of Kool Herc's mouth because Kool Herc used to date a woman, Kool Herc's sister used to date a brother from out of Bronxdale, a Black Spade. And Kool Herc was going to see Mario. He was going to see John Brown and all these different people. So Disco King Mario did influence Kool Herc. And then we got Star Rock out of his own mouth saying before it was up on the surface, it was originally underground, and it was an African-American culture that Kool Herc brought up. When we look at Crazy Legs, he said out of his own mouth, that's that Moreno style. That's that original B-Boy style. When you see JoJo, we see JoJo say it was very few Puerto Ricans. That's what we need to stick to, because right now the argument is you got Fat Joe saying that hip hop was 50-50. You got Busta Rhymes lying, saying that hip hop came from Jamaica. Evil D, Pete Rock. I'm saying that it was an African American experience that we can trace back to the Baby Spades from the Bronx projects, and later.
Now, please hold that thought, because the reason why I just going on.
I didn't talk. Let me just finish my last part, because I don't know when I'm gonna be able to come back on. Because it's a long time. We got to bring the historical in, and like I said, I'm from Philly, and I'm not discrediting what anybody is saying. There has to be a trail. We see Trixie, 1970. We see SaSa coming in roughly around 1972-ish, 71-ish, 72, 73. We see the Nigga Twins, or the legendary Twins, 1972. We see the Zulu Kings. The original Zulu masters were African Americans. To be a Zulu king, you had to battle a Zulu master to be a Zulu king. Out of them original 11 masters, 10 of them was Black Americans. One was an Afro-Latino. Come on now. They lied and said that Trixie was Puerto Rican when his mother and father's from North Carolina and South Carolina. They lied and said that SaSa, who's the real star child, that star child LaRock got his name from SaSa and Coke LaRock, right? They tried to say that SaSa, he right here, he said that he was Puerto Rican, but he's not Puerto Rican. They lied on him. They said that Disco King Mario was half Puerto Rican, when in fact he was African American. His family had to come out when they named the street after him. Then they had my old head from North Philly, Cornbread. They tried to say that he was a dark-skinned Puerto Rican with green eyes. What is this conspiracy to take away from foundational Black Americans hip-hop? I'm here saying emphatically that hip-hop is an African-American experience. It's not no Bronx experience. That's like me wanting to talk about Motown as a historian, and I can't speak about Motown because it's in Detroit. Or if I'm talking about Egyptology, because I'm not Egyptian, I can't speak about Kemet. This is a dumb argument, and much respect to Grandmaster Melly Mel, but that was some bullshit that you said. To come on national, excuse me for my language, for coming on national TV to say, oh, this is a Bronx thing. Like, well, let's get down to the nitty gritty. Who created hip hop? We know Grandmaster Flowers was, doing this thing, but he is not the founder of hip hop. He is an influencer, just like you got DJ Hollywood and all. These were influencers, but they wasn't doing with Disco King Mario. I stand today that the founding godfather of hip hop with the face is Disco King Mario.
Now, this one I'm gonna do, because we right after True Savior, we're gonna get into who created hip hop, and I want to start off with Kool Herc from his words. I got videos lined up. We're gonna get right into it. Let's go to True Savior. Right after True Savior, we're gonna get right into who created hip hop. Foundational Black Americans, or was a melting pot. Let's go to True Savior, and then once we start off who created hip hop, I want to go to SaSa, and then we can go to everybody. True Savior, thank you for coming on, brother, and being patient. It's on you, family.
Well, thank you for having me. Salute to all you brothers. Like again, I'm an outsider too, but I do chronicle the information, and many of y'all heard my name. I know FaZe. If you're up there, you know what I do. Of course, Cornbread. I speak with him on a regular, and he gives me some information. So I appreciate all of that. But all I tend to do is just basically just try to defend what is Black American culture, and that's what that's my mission in life. So I do have a question for Mr. Chip, right? Are you still there, sir?
I'm right here.
Okay, you mentioned something about the blues hustle. Can you describe what that is?
Well, the B-Boy hustle.
Oh, the B-Boy hustle. I'm sorry, the B-Boy hustle.
The B-Boy hustle. You have then you had the Latin hustle. The B-Boy hustle was created like when my dance partner, Janet, she showed me how, because hustle was two different parts. It with a girl and a guy.
Uh-huh.
And me and my dance partner, Janet, and everybody else used to do it at Herc parties and everywhere else, all around the Bronx.
All right.
So I was the one that took it to another level with my dance partner, Janet. Now, when I first seen it, a 5%er was doing it with Janet. You know, I was doing it, but he was doing another routine that later on I learned from Janet.
Was it something that you guys like held each other's hands or stuff like that?
Yeah, we do it. It's like a swing with the hands and everything.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I got to move on because I got to ask a couple of questions. I want to get these questions out.
Mm-hmm.
To Cornbread, brother, what's up, brother? Are you there, Cornbread?
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up, man? When you mentioned Mancuso, I think you mentioned Grasso. Mancuso.
Yeah, Grasso.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned that they started mixing first, right? Mancuso, Grasso. What about Alfie Davison?
I don't know who Alfie Davison is. To be honest, I don't know who that is.
Okay. So are you concerned, like, because I know you know what Cologne has said that we got mixing from people like Grasso, Mancuso, Alfie Davison. What's your opinion on that?
It didn't come straight from them. They got it from the DJs too, radio DJs. They all came from the radio station.
Okay.
They was already playing with it at the radio station, doing it first already. It was whoever brought it down to house parties, who brought it to the streets. All they were doing was bringing technology from the radio station or speakers and equipment from the nightclubs out to the street circuits, having block parties with them.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they was doing. It was who was the first to bring it out to the circuit.
Okay, got you.
Well, yeah, but they were. Grasso was doing it because they had money. They had access to the Bozak mixers. They had access to all. And especially when you work at a radio station, you get access to the equipment before everybody else.
Right. Okay, one more question. I'm out now because I'll just be listening. Okay, one more question to SaSa. You still here, brother, SaSa?
Unmute yourself, SaSa. He's there. He just got to unmute himself.
Can you unmute yourself, SaSa?
Hip hop schematic. You have one more time. No, we not tolerating no disrespect. Keep that shit from over here. You got one more time and your ass getting blocked.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question of SaSa, and he can reply at any time. I don't want to hold up anybody's time. This is a question to SaSa. When was the first time you ever heard the name B-Boy? What year was that? And was it something that the first time you heard it, was it from Herc or was it from someone else? And how do you feel that some people like Dr. Clone is trying to say that you are not a B-Boy based on the fact that you didn't do certain dance or certain movements? So if you get a chance, I need you to answer that question for me. And that's all I'm going to say for right now. I'll just listen on and maybe come in a little later.
Thank you, brother. And you said that question was for SaSa?
That was for SaSa, yeah.
SaSa, you there, brother? Cornbread, just reach out to him and see if he
yeah, I'm gonna try to text him on the end. But yeah, he got it from Herc.
All right.
So he got it from Herc. Yeah, Herc gave it to him, yeah.
All right, so now we're gonna get into who created hip hop. Let me just start off with this video, and then we're gonna go to FaZe and Chip, and then it's a free for all. But please don't overtalk each other and have this respectful conversation. I want to lead off with this video. I'm gonna play two, but let's go to Kool Herc first.
It's one of the founding fathers of hip hop, Kool Herc, y'all.
No, not one of the founding fathers. The founding father. I don't want no room for claim jumpers and lion kings.
All right, so we were having a little bit of a conversation, and you said your thing about, Grandmaster Flash, not really feeling him. You never felt him. There's a new show called The Get Down.
Yes, it is.
It kind of circulates around him. Kind of makes it seem like he invented hip-hop.
Stay right there with that. Thank you.
Well,
because The Get Down is depicting what I created.
Okay.
Hip-hop is laced with that. My recipe.
So who are you?
Well, I'm the guy who created the culture called hip-hop, but only I, Kool Herc. No Bambaataa, no Flash. not a copycat. No disrespect.
Are you a happy person?
I am happy. I'm happy. I'm here. I'm very much happy to see what I started. It's something comes from a humble beginning, an immigrant story, and to give life to people.
It started from myself. I was the first. Hip hop to me right now is like it's on the course of a relay. I was the first guy who started off with the baton. You know, I started off like that, and the origin West Indian background. I was born in the West Indies, from Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica.
Let's get into this fuckery. Now, here's the fuckery. Now, y'all all heard it from his mouth. I'm not even going to say it anymore because we got a lot to even just dig into. Pause. FaZe, it's on you.
Okay, so now this is so much, and it's a great thing to say. Now, listen, people were saying about it came from the radio. It came from the radio. So were they DJs before they got to the radio? Yes, they were DJs before they even came to the radio, because they're not just going to get on the radio and become DJs. That's number one. Number two, those DJs that were on the radio were playing the classic. They were playing the records that was hit there now. That's what they were playing. They were not playing records that was from whatever. They were playing the records that the people wanted to hear. That's the difference with hip hop. So Flowers was playing the records that people wanted to hear. Plummer was playing records that people wanted to hear. Now, another thing that they said that I heard in this thing was that the age. Oh, I'm this age, and that's why we were doing this or whatever. Even to today, if you want to know what's hip and what's happening, you have to go to the younger people. The younger people. The older people can't tell you what's hip because they only know what was hip in their generation. That's it. So the people that are the hipsters, what hip hop, why it was named hip hop, because those were the hipsters. Those were the ones that were saying cool. Those were the ones that brought out the words. Now, cool and groovy and all of those were the older cats lingo, because that's where they was. The joint and all of those terms came from the younger people, and that's what it was. The older people back in those days, when we were in 1970 and 71 and 72, the older people said what we were doing was garbage, that they didn't know what the heck we were doing, that it was whack. That's what the older people said. So for the person that keeps on talking about, oh, I'm older, and said, yeah, you were older, and that's why the younger people came up from under and they did what they did. So yes, hip hop was underground. Hip hop was created by kids, not teenagers, not in high school, not in whatever. They were kids, and they were doing the hip things to do. Now, going back to the equipment and what the stuff was. If the break, which is like I said, and I use Cold Sweat because it was before 70. Cold Sweat was just a drum break. We didn't play the whole record. And that was the difference with Mario. And that's what the difference of what the older people were saying. Why you're only playing that part of the record? We were playing that part of the record because the dance moves were going to the beat. And that's why people got so mad at me, because I said when Puerto Ricans got into it, they were not doing it to the beat. They were not dancing to the beat. They were just doing acrobats. acrobats can be done over Beethoven. So that's the difference. The reason why it became hip hop and we were dancing, yes, at young ages, we were going to AJ Lester. At young ages, we had rips, we had marshmallows, I don't hear nobody talk about rips and marshmallows and the Playboys, the real Playboys, and the British Walkers, and the Hustlers, and the Shark Skins, and the Double Knits, and the first AJs, because AJs didn't start with the overlaps or anything. The AJ started with a broken knit. Broken knit means the broken stitch meant that it was go in and go out, go in. Then the next ones were the V-back AJs, or the AJs with the buckle. Okay, the AJ Lester mock neck that had the AJ Lester inside was not a Jew-man mock neck. It was not a Layton's mock neck. Okay, and that's what made it hip hop. That's what we were doing. Now, as far as the MCing goes, the MCs, even Kool Rock said he used to do from the last poets and stuff like that. We were not emulating that. We were emulating Pygmy Markham, and so that's what we were doing. We were snapping on the mic. There wasn't no rhymes or cadences or anything. We were snapping on the microphone. Now, the older kids, that's who we were snapping on. We were snapping on the people that were not hip, because we were doing our little thing, and that's what made hip hop. So anybody can say, "Oh, they were this playlist was this." Yes, because you could be playing the Jackson 5, you could play the Temptations, you could play all the records that is hit. That did not make it hip hop. That did not make it hip hop. Now, another thing that you keep on talking about is disco. If you look at disco and know what disco is, disco lasted for, I give it 3 years. And that's why after disco came out, you'll see the signs that say disco sucks, because that's when it came in and it went out. So all of those, you can, if that's the case, you can say disco goes back to the 40s. You can say disco goes back to the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. You could say that because it was just soul music, and it was put together in a double beated song, which meant that it would go bass drum, snare drum, bass drum, snare drum, bass drum, snare drum, bass drum, snare drum. That's what made it disco. Matter of fact, it would go bass drum, hi-hat, snare drum, bass drum, hi-hat. So it go and the bass drum would be continuous. So if you have a 4/4 measure, that's what means the bass drum was continuous, and the snare drum was every other bass drum. And that's what made it disco. And the hi-hat that gave it that. So that's why you look at Thelma Houston and you look at Donna Summer and everything. You listen to those drum beats or whatever, and then you listen to MFSB and Barry White and everything, and you'll see the change of when disco became disco. If you listen, the only record that James Brown ever made was he tried to do a disco record, and that was the worst album that James Brown ever made, was a disco record. All those records before that was
1 more minute.
It was funk. Everything that James Brown made at that time was funk. And so when disco came out, like I said, that's why his James Brown record flunked, because by the time that it came out and everything, disco was gone. It was gone. So there was no disco in 70. There was no disco in 71. There was no disco in 72. There was no disco in 73, 74. And 75 is when disco came out. And that's why when Donna Summer and Thelma Houston did their songs, that made it say, okay, well, this is disco. And then the pink people,
20 seconds.
The pink punk people are the ones. That's why Studio 54 came into a distance, and that's why it was a discotheque. So you could go to a discotheque in the 70s, but that didn't mean that they played disco music. They played music there. And that's what it was. So all that talking about, oh, we were older and everything, yeah, you're good. You were older. Y'all didn't create hip hop. The kids made hip hop.
Time. Now again, because I want, hey, you cooking? But I know it's a difference in the generations because you was there at your point in time, and we got Chip that was here before you and a lot of others. But and you can rebuttal what he just said, Chip. But
yeah,
I want to get on who created the hip hop, because we know we created it, but we know what's going on with Puerto Ricans and Caribbeans. That's saying. So I want you to infuse that with your, if you have a rebuttal to what FaZe just said. But please about us creating hip hop if you feel that way. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, we created hip hop. That's all the way we created, because at first, we wasn't getting along. We wasn't getting along, period, back then. You got along with certain Puerto Ricans, but you wasn't getting along with them, period. They wasn't coming to our parties. We wasn't, we had our little hip hop parties all over the place. But going to disco, I party at Justine's, Leviticus, Ipanemas, Mel Gwen's, Zanzibar. All these are disco clubs I party at. I party at Manhattan Center, where you had the battles of DJs, Plummer, Boyer, New Sounds, DJ Ocean, DJ Fantasy, the Smith Brothers, DJ Fantasy. Now this is the deep. Now the MCs, they AJ, the Prince of Soul. All of them battling one another. They had some of the most powerful equipments you ever did see. Boyer, he made the freak dance. He had his own dancers, Boyer, that did the freak dance. Because guys wasn't dancing on top of girls at this time. You couldn't dance on no girl backside. You get broken up. So he brought that type of dancing at the riverboat. He bring his dancers out there to perform these type of dancing. So, and then at the Hebelo, before Herc came to the Hebelo was a disco place where we used to go in there and they be doing the bus stop and everything, and the Patty Duke. And then next you know, Herc came in there, him and Coke the Rock, and started playing in the Hebelo. Even Smokey played at the Hebelo. Then in the Bronx, you had the Piggy Bank, you had the Tunnel. Then later on became the Fever. And then you had the Castle. That was another hip hop place. That's when all the rappers used to go there.
Okay.
This is my thing. And I shout out to my boy from Philly. That just be my family live in Philadelphia, Camden, New Jersey, and Philly. That's summertime. Always went there.
Let me ask you this question. What was the real relationship between the blacks and Puerto Ricans? And you said it, but just can you get it a little bit in depth and please add on like the fashion, the culture. How were they when they first came here before the initial camaraderie and all that stuff?
Well, they used to have, I don't really want to get that. We really showed them how to dress. We showed everybody how to dress because everybody was back then in the 60s, everybody was dressing with tailor-made pants, going to Mr. Tony's. If you had the money, you went to AJ and Lester. And if you didn't have the money, you went down to the Delancey Street. You had on Bathgate, you had a tailor shop where you can get the over flat pants and everything and corduroys. A lot of people didn't have that type of money. Back then, $25 and $75 was a lot of money. You have to have that drug money to go in AJ and Lester. You know, you had to, because you had this. You had back then you had the Savage No Mans, you had the Skulls, you had the Black Spades. All of them was fighting against one another. See what I'm trying to say. The only way we didn't have that at Kool Herc parties. We didn't have nobody coming up there with colors on and fighting.
So why these Caribbeans, for the sake of the argument, why do these Caribbeans and Puerto Ricans feel like that our culture in hip hop, which is a Black American culture, why do they feel like they have some kind of right to claim that culture when they know that all of our cultures is different and they are mimicking our culture? From your perspective, because you the oldest here, so you've seen a lot before most of us. So from your perspective, and then we'll go moving around.
I guess this is so popular. Nobody want to be left out. Nobody want to be left out. I mean, you got 4 elements. You got graffiti. So some of them was out there doing graffiti. That's a part of hip hop.
Graffiti, yep. Oh,
that's a great part, but I didn't look at it as back then. I didn't look at it as hip hop. But now it's has it been told? Like, and for the main thing, Hercules always mixed the last poets. The rap game started out with the last poets doing poetry over his sound system.
Jill Scott Heron. Yeah.
Yes. No, the last poets. Scott Harrod, he wasn't in the last poets.
Right.
So they went there to his college and they put him in. They put him in because the last poets is from Harlem. That's the birthplace. They from Harlem.
Right.
Because if we, another hip hop place, Chuck Center in Harlem, where they had B-Boy and B-Girl contests on Thursdays and sometimes Fridays at Chuck Center in Harlem on 116th Street. And I think it's on 2nd Avenue.
All right. Let's because even though we have these discussions about this situation, but we really have to. The reason why I asked for you and SaSa, hopefully he is that because it's almost like our culture is under attack. So I wanted to really. The reason why I started off the way I did earlier, just to get your background, like what you saw from your point of view when you was young. But the main topic at hand was going to be about, the Puerto Ricans claiming our culture, things of that nature.
The biggest point?
Yes.
The main thing was we was dancing with the girls. Mm-hmm. Nobody wasn't dancing by themselves. When this hip hop thing started, it started with you dancing with girls, and we was slow dancing too. At Herc parties, we was definitely grinding.
Okay.
Everything that's why when you see dance contests, you see only guys dancing against guys, but we was dancing against girls.
Okay.
Sister Boo, Janet, Kim, most of the sisters, 5%ers. Everything was against girls.
You was a B-boy?
I was a B-boy hustle king. I couldn't, because you had different. I couldn't say I was a B-boy, but the B-Boy hustle is a part of the B-Boy.
Please explain what the hustle B-Boy is.
If you ever seen, man, one day I had to show it to somebody how the B-Boy hustle go, because I went into the B-Boy hustle and then I went into the Latin hustle. Because when I used to do the B-Boy hustle, when we used to be out there breaking or burning, we'll have the Spanish girls come out there and do the Latin hustle with another girl.
Okay.
You know, I had guys like Slick Watts. He would do the B-Boy hustle. Everybody at Kool Herc parties would do the B-Boy hustle. That people don't know that because they wasn't there. A lot of people never came to a Kool Herc party or a Grandmaster Flash party or Theodore, Mean Gene, Bumpy Melvin. You know, so many people never been to a Kool Herc party. How somebody gonna tell me something when they don't dance? Was you dancing? I was well known dancing and styling.
Plain and simple. Do you think Herc created hip hop? Yes or no? And then we're gonna move on.
Between him and Coke the Rock, yes. They have a big influence over a lot of people. Because certain people couldn't walk around certain areas at certain time. You couldn't walk around in the area of Black Spades. You couldn't walk around in Ghetto Brothers. When Herc started doing this thing, it was the Mecca right there. If you was one of the baddest dancers, you came up to Herc parties and danced.
Okay.
You know, you at High Bridge. We went to parties in High Bridge. We went to party up in Tenton Avenue, Forest Projects, Bronx River. Herc played at Bronx River. A lot of shootouts, but he played at Bronx River. I was there.
All right, let's go to because I do want to get through some of the videos here that I have queued up for y'all. But go ahead, Cornbread.
But one thing I gotta say, one more thing I just gotta say is that when you can't mix disco with hip hop. It's two different things. It's two different feelings. It's all the way different. The radio station didn't play what Kool Herc played or Flash played. The clubs wasn't playing nothing what Kool Herc played. If you took Kool Herc and put him in a club, no, it is all different music.
Okay, Cornbread, and then FaZe, then Mighty Hebrew. Go ahead, family. If you can make it short as possible, that'd be great.
Nope, they did not create it. That's it. It's no explanation. Well, you don't have to explain anything about that. They don't have the history of creating this type of musical style, or they don't have the musical imagination for it. It's not in their history. It's not in their lineage to do it.
Okay, FaZe. Oh, he's so.
Latinos are they was the first to learn it. I give them credit for that. They're the first to learn it.
Unmute yourself, FaZe.
This is what I want to say. Now, we're talking about hustling and dancing close and grinding with somebody. They were doing that way before hip hop. So that doesn't make it hip hop. Going to the clubs and dancing with women or whatever, that doesn't make it hip hop. When hip hop was created, It was created as a competition, and we were the brothers, the males were going against each other. That's what the breakdancing was all about. So when we left breakdancing, it was to go to girls. It was to dance with girls and to do the hustle with girls. And this hustle that he's talking about is basically a break dancer getting up and swinging a girl and having a girl and pulling a girl closer to them. And that's what it was. Now, those dances, you're not gonna freak dance to a break beat. You're not gonna do it. That's just not. It's unheard of. So you're gonna freak dance to the whatever music, Coco, Let's Get It Together, Salsa Orchestra, all of those records that you would hustle off of. And if you look at those records came out in 75 and on. And that's what the hustle stage. Dr. Buzzard Savannah and Dr. Buzzard Band, MFSB, all of those records were hustle records. And that's because and that's where you go and you wear. Once we started wearing, because see, when hip hop started, we weren't rocking all the suede pockets and all that. And it's AJ Lester, not AJ and Lester. It's AJ Lester. And we were when we had champagne cologne and when we were getting gold medallions, there was one thing that was just said right now. They said that $25 was a lot of money. Now, these older kids, whatever, they would not think about to go and pack a bag in a Pathmark or whatever, because they would think they were beneath that. They thought that was too much for them to go and do that. But the kids would do it, and the kids would stay there from 7 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock, hustling, getting 25 cents, 50 cents, $1, $2. So at the end of that day, they would have $30 to go every single day. So that it was easy for them to take that $30 and go down to AJ Lester and get those mock necks and get those quarter fills. Till today, people don't even know what the real quarter fills are because they got the bullshit shit from Delancey Street and all those other places and Jew Man and stuff. But the real quarter fills that had the real fur on it, had the silk on the inside, and it said AJ Lester. So we were able to get those, and that's what brings us different from the regular crowd. So when we were Mario took us, he took us because we were doing the damn thing. We were going my whole crew had gold medallions when the older cats were rocking silver medallions. Okay, when we had rips, a lot of people talk about, oh, well, they went to the club and they don't even mention rips. And if they knew what rips was, they would know that rips were the first British walker. Okay, so the overlaps came last. The two-tone overlaps came last. The AJs came first. AJs is what came. The shark skins came first. The gabardines came first before that. Okay?
Right, but I really want to stay on topic right now, far as the other coaches is concerned.
Okay, and so now, this is where the coaches are concerned at. You're talking about Herc, who came to America to assimilate to us. So how can he create something where he had to assimilate to what we were doing? When Herc first got here, he'll tell you himself. He dressed like I wanted to be John Wayne. He had roach stompers. He had pointy-toe shoes. He had high waters. He had a Albanesian hat. So that's number one. The Puerto Ricans were the same thing. They didn't get along with us. And as far as talking about, oh, people couldn't go or whatever, that's what the black space was for. Herc could not bring his equipment to anywhere if we wasn't around for them not to get. There wasn't no Gestapo. There wasn't none of that stuff. Okay, so Coca Rock will tell you, and I DJ with Smokey before. Okay, and Smokey will tell you, we took pictures with Smokey, and Smokey couldn't believe that it was me. Okay, because I DJ with him before. DJ Jones was in Rosedale Park playing with us. Okay, when Herc came out, he had PV columns. PV columns are guitar speakers. That was no way. He got the equipment after he was with Kool D, and he got the exact equipment that Kool D had. And Kool D was later than Mario. Kool D came with us in 75. We were in 70 and 71 and 72. There was no such thing. And so in 73, he had PV columns. So how was he playing in the park with PV columns? You wasn't. He was not. Mario was playing in the park. He was playing. That's where hip hop started. Hip hop didn't start in no club. It didn't start in no club. So now in those parks, the Puerto Ricans wasn't coming out there. They would be playing bongos on the side. And then they would be so mad because Mario was pumping and rocking. People were coming from all over because they heard the music. Herc didn't come out with no stuff to where they could hear the music from nowhere because they had PV columns. And he only had 2 of them at that. And so that's where I'm trying to explain in 70 and 71, when hip hop started, there was no other Herc. There wasn't no Flowers that did hip hop. Flowers played regular music. DJ Jones played regular music. And that was way before that. So there was no Jamaicans. There was no Puerto Ricans. It was just us, the young kids. Not grown-ups, not teenagers. So that's it, point blank. That's it. Nobody can say anything about what they was playing. They was playing the beats. How they was mixing the beats? How? With what? There was no such thing as a mixer in 70 and 71. And so that's what I'm trying to explain. Everybody's talking about how they was doing. Oh, it was because they were doing the hustle. When did the hustle come out? The hustle came out when disco music came out. And that's what they were doing. And that by that time, in 75, we were growing up. We didn't want to break dance. We didn't want to get our suede pocket clothes and our AJs or whatever we was rocking, our shark skins and our British walkers and all that. We wasn't getting on the floor and dirtying up our clothes. So we wanted this. We wanted girls. And that's why we left breakdancing alone. And just like I said, when something, even till today, if you want to know about, like, I don't know about the young music today. I don't know it. So I can't tell you an artist that I know Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z, and stuff like that. Yeah, but I couldn't tell you who the whatever the names. I don't even know what the names are. I couldn't tell you. I would have
He's smiling, so he has a rebuttal. Go ahead, say what you gotta say, Chip. I'm gonna play like 2 videos. I got a lot of videos.
Wait a minute, I didn't finish.
You finished. You said it done.
I gotta say,
You said it done.
our parents were the ones that used to say the
Shit.
same thing.
Let somebody else talk now.
The parents used to say, if you wanted a leather jacket, they say, we had that leather jacket when we were kids. And that's what every generation does.
Yeah.
So that's it.
All right.
Yo,
Mr. C, go ahead, brother.
I can go? Or who?
Yes, sir.
Once a fly kid, always be a fly kid. Wearing AJ Lester all day. Still fly as hell. I can't understand it, you know. I mean, only thing I can tell you about the Herc, the dancers, Coke the Rock, Dancing Doug, Trixie, SaSa, the twins, Clark Kent, the twins, and his sister Boo, you know, and my boy Eldorado Mike, Bobo, Roscoe and Bosco, you know, all the and more and man.
What did DJ FaZe say to make you giggle? What is the false, or what did he correct what he got wrong in your eyes? Like, what was it that he's saying that didn't make sense to you? As far as the creation of hip hop and everything that he was just
I think sometimes I could see that he look at things different, you know. He look at things different. Here, me growing up in the Bronx, in Harlem, and trying to like go through the problem. I lived through the era of the gangs. I lived through the era of the Black Panther movement. And I didn't hear nobody say nothing about Black Panther movement, because those was the ones that was doing. They had the programs, the lunch programs and everything. They was fighting for us because the cops was beating the hell out of us back then. You know, and my sensei, Lamont Thornton, taught up on Boston Road, all the Black Panthers, martial arts, you know, and people getting robbed. You couldn't wear gold chains. You couldn't wear gold chains. Walk around with big medallions on, else somebody stick-up kids is going to stick you up. People couldn't walk on a block with a jean jacket because they want to know if there's any colors underneath. You know, and my main thing, to have peace and go somewhere and dance, enjoy equipment. Yeah, you know, he talk about Kool Herc columns. That would make me laugh. Those columns was banging. You can hear the music clear.
You talking about them skinny ones that he had back in
Yeah.
his car?
Yeah.
That's not a real sound system.
But hold up. Back then, nobody really had a real sound system, but it was a beginning.
And that time in Brooklyn, they had that. They had big
no, they had. All right, in Brooklyn, they could make some of the guys was engineers. They could make their speakers.
Yeah.
Plumber, that's what good. That even Baboya. See, Flowers wasn't the baddest DJ out there. You had Plumber. That you ever see Plumber play? He could he had his toolbox inside his equipment. And if his equipment go out, he'll open up the toolbox and fix his whole turntable.
Mm.
You had Baboya where he had bubbles coming out his machine. He had bubbles coming out his machine. And he be battling you. You had DJ Fantasy where the lights come up. Say Fantasy when he battled. P.T.J. Jones beat everybody in Brooklyn. He was number one. So he beat Plumber. Facts. See, these people talk about the DJ from Brooklyn, but I was there. I watch the Soul Brothers. Everybody would borrow their equipment to go into the clubs to play. See, disco clubs was staying open. Like you had the Starship that stayed open from 7 o'clock in the evening to 1 o'clock at night.
But you know what I think is again, like I said earlier, and I'm gonna go to you, Hebrew. Is that was there any other people that you was hearing besides Herc? Because it's almost like that's the only person that.
All right,
I see you think other parties, but it's almost like that. There's an influence that influenced him. So it's somebody before Herc. And Herc wasn't really that good.
Let me just interject for 1 second. All right, we talk about. He said this is what he said. He said that nobody else had something, and in 1969. From 1969 to 70, I think it was 74, my father owned the Star Lounge in Harlem. Okay. That was one of the biggest clubs, heavy Lena Horne. Everybody used to go to the Star Lounge. In the Star Lounge, the speakers that we had were Gauss speakers and eliminators that were from EV, Electro Voice speakers. Okay. Now, at that time, those were hi-fi speakers. Hi-fi, meaning that it was more than stereo because it had the coil for hi-fi. So those speakers were used at stadiums. Okay, so Mario had 2 of those, and the 2 that my father gave him. We used to steal the horns from the number 6 train under the train seat, and we had about at least 40 horns. That's why when we were playing in the park, you could hear us in Soundview, you can hear us in Bronx River, you could hear us in Parkchester, you could hear us in Monroe. Some people said they could hear us from Rosedale Park to Castle Hill. So the part where it's saying that nobody had that system, those PVs are guitar speakers. They only had an 8-inch woofer. That's it. So how are you going to put up an 8-inch woofer against 12 inches or 15-inch woofers? You cannot. I heard somebody say about Bozak. Bowen had a tube amplifier that put out 500 watts per channel. 500 watts per channel, meaning that a speaker that had 2 15-inch speakers in it, woofers in it, would be 500 watts in one woofer, 500 watts in another woofer. So there's no way in the world a PV column could even touch a eliminator speaker at all. So being in the park, if you're in the park, the air would swallow up those PVs. The air would swallow it up. So if you had more than 20 people in the park, that 20 person might not even hear those columns. Okay, so that's right off the bat. That's number one. Talking about people couldn't wear gold chains. I still have my gold medallion today. I'm rocking right now British Walkers. Okay, right now I have on. I'll go in my house right now and pull out Some genuine AJ Lester. I'll show you the tag in the back. AJ Lester mock necks. So there's nothing nobody could tell me about how somebody Kool Herc, which came from Jamaica, gonna have a sound system that was top Mario. He can't have the breaks, man. Till this day, I got more records than Herc. And if you ask him, you go tell him to his face. He used to come to my house and get records. He used to come to my conventions at the New Yorker Hotel, and you ask any beatmaster and buy records from me. So I got more records than Herc. Herc could never mix. He could never cut. He could never do none of that. So where is the fact that he made this hip hop music when he didn't have the stuff to do with hip hop music?
And then he get because I think it was last night that Herc was scared to come to Bronxdale because it was gangs and stuff like that. Like he really wasn't outside. Like he was wasn't really
wonderful inside. Herc moving on a building. Cedric in those days had carpet on the floor. They had air conditioners. That's a moving on up building. If you know anything about the Bronx, where we were at was close to Hunts Point, and all the gangs, the Savage Nomads, the Savage Skulls, all of that, all of that was there. So he was not bringing his stuff. So that's why they don't know about 70 or 71.
So, hold up.
Hold on, FaZe. Hold on. And then Hebrew.
I know you wasn't coming on the 9 with all that gold.
I was yo, listen, I just was talking to Israel and Chavez and them from the 9. Okay, I DJ at a club right now that all the oldies, the Chavez and all of them used to come to. They come to my club right now. I DJ at the club right now, and that's another thing. If they created something, they would be DJing still to today. I DJ every weekend. I have a following. People come to see me DJ all the time. So anybody on the 9 will tell you. Me and Green Eye Stanley used to go on the 9 and get people to come over to where we was at. Hold that thought. Do you know who Comfort is? Do you know who Smiley is? Do you know who Stacy is from the 9?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would I know those people if he wasn't on the 9? Those are older people.
But let me ask this question, FaZe, and then in Hebrew, you next. If he's older than you, right, and he's seen that everything before you really came outside, how can you? I'm not putting words in your mouth, but how can you say that his story is wrong if he was around before you even started coming outside?
I'm not saying his story is wrong. What I'm saying is that he does not know the creation of hip hop. Everything that he said, he's talking about dance. He's talking about clubs. He's talking about this. Talking about the flyers of this or whatever. He's talking about what Herc did. He's not telling you what the breaks were. He's not telling you none of that stuff. And so that's where I'm telling you the difference is in 70 and 71, he never saw Mario. So I don't care how old you could be.
Hold that thought, because I know you can go. He said you wasn't around in 71. Now, can you respond to that Chip real quick? He said you wasn't around in 71. Let's go.
Yo, I see Mario with his quarter-filled jacket. We all wear velour hats. You can ask anybody throughout the Bronx, throughout Brooklyn, throughout Harlem. I was everywhere.
So you saw Mario play?
I was everywhere. I took off the turn after when you off what you oh man. I don't have to prove nothing to you. I seen him, I seen Kool D,
So
I seen all of them.
when you saw Mario play in 70 and 71, where did you see Mario play in 70 and 71?
I seen him in the park.
In
the park. I seen him around in Bronx River.
Okay, so what in 70 and 71?
In Bronx River.
And you saw him in where at the center?
In Bronx outside.
Oh, we're talking about DJing. We're talking about
outside DJing.
Where in Bronx River?
In Bronx River.
In 70 and 71?
My cousins live in Bronx River. I've seen them in Bronx River.
You keep on saying you seen them in Bronx River. You seen DJ Mario, Disco King Mario, just Mario in 70 and 71 playing in Bronx River?
I've seen them in Bronx River.
In 70 and 71?
I've seen them in the 70s in Bronx River.
We're going specific dates. 70 and 71.
Look, it could have been 73. It could have been 72. It could have been 73.
I know, because you know why? Because in 70 and 71, we were at war with Bronx River. We were at war with Bronx River. Okay? In 70, 71, Bam Bada was a savage nomad or whatever. We were in war in 70 and 71.
Look, let me tell you something. Y'all always was in some type of war. That's why it was so peaceful going to a Kool Herc party.
You know why we was
y'all was always fighting one another, killing one another. So it was always like that. So what you think? It was never no peace.
Take nothing from us. We were at war because we were.
Y'all was always fighting one another. That's the whole thing. Y'all was always fighting one another. So what's the use?
That's totally wrong. First, because number one, when the blacks
there was no peace. Now, one thing, y'all didn't even have a time to talk to the girls. Y'all was too much dancing with one another.
Do you know what the problem was in the tunnel? The problem was, and they'll tell you, Fat Mike already told you, the reason why they didn't want us in the tunnel is because we would take their girl in the tunnel. And that's what we have that on video. We have that on video. I got on the video with Smokey says he got all that he got from Disco King Mario. Smokey says that out of his mouth.
Look, you came in there. You came in there. You shot Ace in Bronx River. So what's he doing? Black Spades.
Yo, Mike.
Yes.
You told me I was only gonna be under there for a little while. I'm out. Peace to everybody. Everybody is good. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, yo, I salute them. The older people, I salute them. I salute everybody in the channel. I'm sorry I get a little bit riled up, but it's real precious to me because I was one of the creators. All right. So shalom to everybody. Peace and blessings.
Peace to you, man. I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, the Mighty Hebrew is on you. Brother, if you want to chill and stay on, that's up to you. Chip, so that's on you, brother.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with Oed down Solomon. I just want to say a few things. Again, the whole discussion in the subject matter is who are the true originators of hip hop? And we already exposed what they define as 5 elements, which is really 6. And it could be more. But there's something that has to be questioned. Now, when we look at this chronology, Trixie, out of his own mouth, and if you can real fast, could you type in real fast? Because we got to put some visuals.
Right.
Type in real quick, Black America, the first Black American B-Boy, Trixie. And he clearly says out his mouth that he came out in 1970. So this is over 3 years before Kool Herc. So remember, the whole mind state is about this 1973 party. But what people never say, what was going on before that party? Before Herc parties, Kool Herc Sisters party. So let's bring up some visuals real quick, because I feel as though that they're all telling the truth. They're all like the elder Daryl Solomon. He's speaking the truth of what was going on at that time, what was going on where he was at.
Let me I come up with her. I come up with Trixie. Trixie. See, we gave y'all a date. We gave y'all 73. Hello?
Okay. Yeah. I don't subscribe. Subscribe.
We gave y'all 73. Now, it could have been 1970, but we gave y'all 1973, and we agreed on it. We agree on it on 1973. But Trixie went ahead and said, some people, he gonna go ahead and say 1970. He was dancing. Well, he could have been dancing at that time. But then again, when the breaking got so popular, it could have been 73.
Okay. So let's hear before I continue on, because I listen to everybody.
Is this one he's gonna say?
Yeah, that's the one. I haven't said anything. So let me just break down what I'm saying real quick. And by the way, so it'll be on record, I don't subscribe to the
Okay. Now, we put it to you straight up. There wasn't no Puerto Ricans.
Wasn't no Puerto Rican.
Coming to the parties.
Okay. So wasn't no Puerto Rican breakdancers.
There wasn't no Puerto Rican.
But you say you started it.
I started. And I'm not Puerto Rican.
You're not Puerto Rican.
I'm not Puerto Rican.
Wow.
I am black and proud.
Okay.
My mama's from South North Carolina, and my daddy's from South Carolina.
Okay, salute.
We black,
salute.
we Indian.
My mama's from South North Carolina, and my daddy's from South Carolina.
Okay, salute.
We black,
salute.
we Indian.
So stop.
All right, we should just go ahead.
Now, and then type in, I want you to type in real fast to go with that. I want you to type in, it's two more pieces. Bax tells Dr. Cologne that Puerto Ricans didn't start hip hop. Pour that out real quick. So what I'm saying is this. Okay, yeah. So let me break this down real quick. So we have dancers like SaSa, the nigga twins, which is now the legendary twins. We have Trixie and others, that James Bond, and these are elders that the elder Daryl Solomon, he knows these people personally. There had to be something going on when you go before this 1973 party. It just didn't come in a vacuum. So as a social anthropologist, I'm looking at it as what we're defining as hip hop is really Carolinian culture, Southern culture. And when we migrated into California, Detroit, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, different areas, wherever we was at, that culture that we brought with us, it became adaptable to the condition. Now with the baby Spades did, they took all these elements that we can prove without a shadow of a doubt that been going on before it was codified in a cultural form. And I'm gonna show briefly, because I am a historian, I am a social anthropologist. So we know that we got graffiti. The oldest records of graffiti go to gang culture, 1940s in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We see Cornbread bringing it in 1965 as an artistic form, and and who was influenced was a man by the name of Top Cat 126. It became known as gangster writing. He took that to New York. They called it Broadway elegant. So we got graffiti, breakdancing. We can go to the Mills Brothers. We talking 1932, 1934. We don't have to show the 1959 video of Kenya where you see no. We talking about an artistic form of breakdancing. You see it in the 1930s with the Mills brothers.
Yeah, 1920s.
Yeah, but I'm talking about that video. That percent, because we got other clippings, but I'm talking about the artistic form. You can see the artistic form with the windmill and all that with the Mills brothers.
Yeah.
Then when we start talking about DJing, we gotta go to the Southern disc jockeys. We gotta go to Jocko the Bear or Jocko Henderson. We have to stop lying saying that the sound system came from Jamaica. That is false. The pioneers of sky music tell you out of their mouth that during the time of World War II or after World War II, the British gave a lot of these Jamaicans free radios. They start tapping into the Southern disc jockeys. That's how they learn how to toast. Prove it. Go to the 1939 book by Cab Calloway known as Jive Talk. It's a Jive Talk dictionary. We got the black exploitative movies to prove it. 5 on the black hand side, Cornbread Earl and Me, Sheba Baby, The Education of Sonny Carson, etc. We can show that this is pure foundational black American culture. Then you go to the fashion. The elder said where he was going, the Leicesters. They was wearing the medallions. They was wearing the British Walkers. They was wearing the Playboy shirts. They was wearing the mock necks. This is all black American culture. And also this when the Jamaicans, when they was looking for work, they was going to Florida. And when they were in Florida, they seen the jukeboxes, the African-American jukeboxes. They took them African-American jukeboxes back to Jamaica and start building the speakers from out of, and he told the creator of them big speakers from Jamaica, hold on, let me cook, because I waited a long time. Let me cook.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you got these, and also I put a PowerPoint presentation. So if you want me to throw that on too, we can do that too. So boom. So now you got these speakers that he took from the jukebox, took it back to Jamaica, and hooked that up. So again, rapping. We got Pygmy Martin. We got the first conscious biblical rap on record, 1946, the Jubilettes. Hit that right there. Let's go to backs of TBB because Dr. Derek Cologne, he's trying to reverse it and he's trying to make it seem like TBB is the first B-Boy breakers. Let's find out what he say out of his mouth. Press play.
Got you. And let me just say this for the record. Everything that you just said is 1,000,000% facts. In those videos that you're saying, I played these hundreds of times.
Right.
After the holidays.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, brother, for all that you do. And
hold on. Brother, hold up right there. Mm-hmm. Thank you for being a voice, with all respects, to my Puerto Rican people in this culture. Puerto Ricans didn't start hip-hop at all. My African American brothers created hip-hop, whether it was Africa Bambaataa, DJ Kool, Herc,
y'all gotta see
Red Alert. Let's go back to Grandmaster Theodore. That's my boy.
That's all I needed him to say. That's all I need him to say. Y'all got to understand what's going on. You got Kool Herc, who's Jamaican. He came when he was 15, 16 to the United States. He used to dress like a country bumpkin. He told you out of his mouth he was imitating the cowboy movies from the United States, and he was wearing cowboy boots. And they used to laugh at him saying he had on roach killers. And originally, see, this is what they leaving out. Originally, Kool Herc was a graffiti artist. Before he was a DJ, he was a graffiti artist. So if graffiti is a part of hip hop, then there had to be an influence. We got Kool Herc on record saying that he would go to see Disco King Mario play. Now here we go right here out of the pioneers of hip hop. Like I seen this one dude in the comment talking about I'm chasing. You don't know me. I will splatter anybody in this debate because the whole debate is clearly who created hip hop. I seen shout out to Dr. Ma'at and Brother Ankh. They had Dr. Derek Malone on there earlier. And what they felt, I went to go on there, but I didn't, for some reason, I wasn't able to get on there. But my whole point is, if they would have only watched my PowerPoint presentations, they would have easily smashed them. Now, Dr. Ma'at and Brother Ankh West, I respect both of their scholarship. They was arguing from a Pan-African / Afrocentric perspective that it's just all African. No. Well, Dr. Ma'at, she said it was an African-American culture, but they weren't able to really define it in terms of giving a chronological chart. And the chronological chart has to start with the black spades. And I'm going to say this, and then I want you to play that. Why? Because when you look at the black spades, once the black spades started to decline in the 70s, they broke into cliques. This is how you know it started with the black spades. Specifically, the baby spades are the creators of hip hop. That's why DJ FaZe was saying what he was saying, because he's one of the 7 creators of hip hop out of the baby spades. So he know. So now you got these black spades. They break down into one section, the Chuck City crew. That continued with Disco King Mario. Then you got the Casanovas. And then remember, Bambaataa, he was originally a savage nomad. And then he wound up becoming absorbed in the black spades and becoming the warlord of the 10th division of the black spades, right? And then they wind up becoming Zulu. So this is how we can prove everything go back to the black spades, because all these cliques, and it's a fact, Herc had to be protected by the black spades, because at that time, they was taking your equipment, your van, everything. Stop playing games. It was the black spades is the catalyst and the architect of hip hop. And if we lie them, why don't they have any of the gangs like the Savage Nomads, the Savage Skulls? None of these gangs are coming out today saying the black spades is lying. Out of all them gangs, the black spades, they were the ones that were influenced with the Black Power movement. They the ones that was influenced with the Civil Rights movement. They the ones that was influenced with the funk music. James Brown, Pig Meat Marham, Gil Scott Heron. I just interviewed the other day the founder of the Last Poets, David Nelson, aka Dawid Ben Yisrael. This is a personal Israelite elder of mine. What the Last Poets say? Automatic, systematic, more control, genetic, synthetics, demand your soul, automatic. So the concept of rap, that's why they call David Nelson the godfather of rap, not the godfather of hip hop, but they call him the prophet of hip hop. Why? Because you're seeing this consciousness coming in. So you got Herc, he's a Jamaican. Then you got Bambaataa, he's Barbadian and Jamaican descent. And then you got Flash, which he's not the original Grandmaster. The original Grandmaster we know is Grandmaster Flowers from out of Brooklyn, New York, 1968. We talking facts. They got these 3 West Indians, and the Source magazine take a picture, put it out there and say, yo, these are the fathers of hip hop. What it was Bambaataa was influenced by Dr. Malachi Z. York. And anybody that know anything about the teachings of the Nuwaubians, they move in threes. So what he was an embody of the incarnated green light from 98 trillion years ago from the planet Risk, from the 19th galaxy. That's what Bambaataa believed himself to be. That's why he called himself the godfather of hip-hop. And then when you look at Kool Herc, he becomes the father of hip-hop, or an incarnation of Bambaataa. Bambaataa's influences was strictly Parliament and Funkadelic.
That's right.
Sun Ra Orchestra. Remember Sun Ra Orchestra?
Sun Ra. He's still alive, right? I think he's still alive, Sun Ra.
No, Sun Ra, the leader of the Sun Ra, he died in 1993, but they still continue on. And the last member just died, Absalom Ben Shalomo. He died in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa 6 months ago. On my PowerPoint, I know these men personally. You see how I've been doing? Boom. We talked about the last post. Did I not call the last post? They come right on the show. Everybody that I say I know, I bring them forth. I called DJ Los. They have Cash Money in them come on, right? So let's get back to the point as to what I'm saying. So you got this dude, Sun Ra Orchestra. He believed that he was an incarnation of Egyptian gods from the planet Saturn. This is who Bambaataa was imitating. He was imitating them with Planet Rock and the spaceships. Anybody that go to a George Clinton concert, Parliament Funkadelic, this is what they believe in. Look at how Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five dressed. Them dudes was dressing like Prince and them rockers and all them dudes. Hip hop that DJ FaZe is talking about is being cool, the B-Boy stands, the medallions, the champagne cologne on some fly shit. And who resurrected that was Run DMC. When Run DMC and them came out, you seen them with the leather jackets, the gazelles on, the dookie chain. That's how we weren't running around looking crazy like that. And much respect to Grandmaster Melly Mel. But hip-hop is not a Bronx thing. Hip-hop is a foundational African-American, foundational Black American experience that came with us wherever we went. Why you think you can go to early 1970s videos from Soul Train and you see us pop locking, doing the electric boogaloo, but they didn't have no contact with the B-boys in New York. And furthermore, B-boy don't mean break boys, it means Bronxdale boys. They were the first ones to use that term B-boy. This is a historical fact. And B-boy dancing is not just consistent with breakdance. Y'all don't know who y'all dealing with. That's why they try to silence me. B-boy dancing is consisted of Pee Wee Herman, the Running Man, the Wop, the Cabbage Patch, the Dougie, the Stinky Lady. Anything that we create in hip-hop dancing, that's B-boy, B-girling. That's how you know that Hispanics did not create breakdancing, because they didn't evolve. They didn't evolve. So we're going to show this real quick. Let's see what the Jamaican pioneers of sky music from out of their own mouth say where toasting came from. Hit that, brother.
Got you. Sun cooking right now. But yeah, absolutely, man. Everybody, please pay attention if you haven't seen this before. Let's get it.
We would listen to a Dionne Warwick song and try to sing it exactly as Dionne did it. If you are a group, you would try to study the Supremes, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. If there was a group who comes from abroad to our shores, we would want to go and see them because they have something to teach us.
It all came from the American R&B music, because we're always being influenced by the impressions, all them soul R&B groups.
We start imitating the rhythm and blues songs, like say Smiley Lewis or Professor Longhair, Louis Jordan, those kind of beats. We try to imitate it.
When we was playing the boogie woogie and the shuffle and thing like that, we realized that we were definitely swatting or copying the American stuff. We did some rhythm and blues, tried to copy the rhythm and blues with that driving beat.
It was all about rhythm and blues.
As the 1950s rolled on, the music of Fats Domino, Ray Charles, and Louis Jordan was streaming into the island from Southern American radio stations just over 90 miles away. And with the sound systems blasting it out most nights of the week, downtown Kingston went dance crazy. Sound systems became the biggest local industry in downtown Kingston, and competition was fierce. To pull in the punters, you had to have the best music blasting out of your system. The race was on for the hottest American tunes.
He's the Rican sensation. American people, they need cheap labor, so they bring me to cut them cane and things. But why are they cutting cane? If you buy rhythm and blues, 6 times more money you get because you're going to sell it back to sound system people. So everybody anxious to go to the farmer, but not for cut cane. They want to go buy some record,
Out of this fierce competition, 2 giants emerged, Clement Coxon Dodd and Arthur Duke Reed. Combining their liquor businesses with their sound system dances, they were effectively the barons of downtown Kingston, and would continue to control the Jamaican music business for the next 15 years.
Stop it for 1 second.
The reggae
So I
artist
wanna
was
say
rapping
something. Stop
on
it for
that
1
music
second.
back in the 70s and late
Stop
60s.
it for 1 second. Stop it.
Go ahead.
Let me just say something to my people. This is to my people. Y'all got to stop this. Y'all got to stop saying just because I'm not from New York, I can't speak about this. Now, no, I'm not from New York. I'm from Philly. And Philly has a definite interconnection to hip hop. And if you really want to get technical, if you really want me to push the button, the first element of hip hop come out of Philly. You want to challenge that? Because we can stick it right to Cornbread, 1965, graffiti. And we know that graffiti come out of gang culture. Let me school you, since you think you know who I am, right? My mother is one of the original founding members of what you know as the original Zulu Nation that came in 1966 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was destroyed by the Philadelphia Black Mafia in 1977. My father, when y'all talk about King Clash, who puts up all the gang videos that y'all see, he put up one of the gang videos known as the Jungle documentary. My father is in that. He is one of the original gang members. Look up my father. His name is Peacock. He is one of the original founders of that Pacific gang from 8th and Oxford to 12th and Oxford, okay? So I was born from out of gang culture. So let's make that clear. And number two, I did live in New York before. Oh, he never lived in New York. I lived right there on Ralph and Bainbridge in Brooklyn, New York. You don't know who you're talking to, even though I'm from North Philly. So let's make it clear. This is not about regurgitating. I'm going to the primary source materials, which are the living, breathing flesh and blood founders of this genre. What are you talking about? If we talking about the last poets, I'm not just talking about them. I know them personally, okay? Dawid Ben Yisrael, who is David Nelson, is the founder of the last poets. And let me correct, not no disrespect to Darryl Solomon, but he's incorrect. No, the last poets don't come from New York. No, they found the last poets in 1968 in the east side of Harlem, New York, in 1968, May 19th, which is Malcolm X's birthday. You want to know where the leader from the last poets come from? He's from Detroit, Michigan. This is what I'm saying. We can trace all this information back to the Carolinas. Let's look at what we're talking about. Disco King Mario. Was he from New York? No, he was from the Carolinas. Where's Trixie from? His family, the Carolinas. All this goes back to a culture, an unnamed culture. Oh yeah, Pygmy Marham, the godfather of funk music, which y'all call the godfather of hip hop, James Brown. He's from down south. Y'all acting like y'all supposed to be scholars. And now you mean to tell me you're gonna let a Philly nigga come in here and give you correct information as to what went down? I'm going directly to the Black Spades themselves. I know DJ FaZe personally. We can go to Green Eye Genie, Old Head Stand. We can go to Young Black Jack. We can go to these people that found hip hop. So stop saying, oh, he's just regurgitating some information. And by the way, I've been involved in hip hop for years. I got 4 albums out. Killer Priest and Hellraiser from the Sons of Man brought me out. So what are you talking about? To sit up here and say, I'm a social anthropologist and a historian. Just because I'm not from Greece, you mean to tell me as a historian I can't speak about Greece? Do y'all hear how y'all sound when y'all try to isolate this thing as a Bronx thing? That's showing that it's a conspiracy, that they're trying to hide something when they try to say, oh, you can't talk about that. That's like me saying, I'm from Philly, you can't talk about neo soul.
Well, since you said that, let me just play this.
The legend king himself, Grandmaster Melly Mel. What I want to try to do is bring some kind of clarity to a situation that's been floating around. And as a matter of fact, just to try to get it off the front page, you want to put, little weirdness on the back page. Now, they got this whole thing going on about, who started hip hop and who, whether Puerto Ricans was the backbone or whether black people was the backbone of the culture. Now, it is no wrong answers. I don't believe in right or wrong answers. but is results. Now, this is the bottom line. Now that everybody got their opinion, so now this is my opinion. Is no black culture, like hip hop is not black culture. Hip hop is Bronx culture. All the shit that made hip hop, the building blocks of hip hop, it was formed in the Bronx. The first popular DJs, DJ Kool, Herc, Bronx cat. The first turntablist, Flash, Bronx cat. The first guy to do the scratch, Grand Wizard Theodore, is a Bronx cat, right? The first MC, you're looking at him. I was born and raised in the Bronx, Monsignor Hospital. The Bronx culture is hip hop culture. So the fact that if you got two different sides arguing about the culture of hip hop, you didn't even say none of the Bronx guys' name. Like it's like all this we shit. Like you French? Who's all the we? First of all, whoever's speaking about that, you wasn't even there. I'm there. I'm 16, 17 years old. I'm looking at Herc and them. If you want to talk about hip hop culture and have it being beneficial for somebody, then why ain't he supposed to benefit Herc? Why you can't ask Kaz or somebody? Ask somebody that was there. You're just going to take it upon yourself. Oh yeah, well, so and so started the culture. At the end of the day, the people wasn't even really behind hip hop like that. You want to know who was behind hip hop in the very beginning? Bronx was behind hip hop. That's who was in the parties. And you had a couple of people from the outer boroughs, and they came in, but the whole thing happened in the Bronx. This whole conversation is supposed to benefit the true founders and builders of hip hop. But you never even asked him. Did you ask Herc? Did you ask Biggs, or did you ask Flash? Well, Flash, what do you think about? Oh yeah, foundational Black Americans. We was Afro Americans probably back then. We wasn't even. It was no foundational Black Americans. It wasn't the people wasn't behind hip hop other than the people that went to the jams in the Bronx. And let me just say this: when hip hop was first spoken, like in the connotation of it being something, it wasn't even a term of endearment. This is what people used to say. Now we just called it, we was just jams. We was just out in the jams, we jamming. So now people would come up to me and say, Mel, you got to get a job because that hip hop shit ain't gonna last forever. That was the first term that involved hip hop. That's what people used to say. And after that, then it became something. After it became a culture, then it became a positive term. So the point that you're trying to make is pointless, because first you wasn't there. It was only Bronx cats in the very beginning. All this hip hop culture is really Bronx culture, but with culture, see, everybody could do it. So I'm not saying that everybody's not in on it. You are in on it, but it all started with the basic three crews: Flash, Bam, Herc. Then you get into the numbers group. The fearless, the furious, the treacherous, breakout, the funky four. Then it goes to everybody else. But by then the table is set. All the original B-Boys, they from the Bronx. Even the music where they say, oh yeah, hip hop is black music. It's Bronx music. Everybody else's song, the go-to song in all the other boroughs, it was Love Is a Message. The Bronx was playing Apache. That's what we was doing. Catch a Groove, all that. And if you look at the groups, the greatest, as far as I'm concerned, one of the greatest hip hop songs ever, which is Apache, it was a bunch of white boys and maybe one black guy. Most of the beats, when Run DMC did Walk This Way, that was a hit 10 years, it's hip hop wise. It was new to the public at large, but hip hop wise, that's what we was doing. It was Bronx music that everybody else built a living around it. Everybody else made even more popular than what it was, but it all started out, it was the X. And everybody took this. Wakanda took that. That was the Bronx.
Look, let me say this real quick. I'm gonna let you cook, family. All right. Only thing I'm saying is, at the end of the day, this Bronx music shit, the guy, he must have been approached, because ain't no way in hell that it just brought music when it's Black American music. Puerto Ricans did not have any culture to infuse in our culture that we gravitated towards, nor Caribbean. So it's like, how can you just say it's not Black American music? It's Bronx music. What was the dominant culture in the Bronx or in New York, period, or even outside of New York? It was a Black American fucking culture, plain and simple. But continue. Go ahead.
And I'm glad that you played that video, because my mother said sometimes it's good to let a drunken man talk because he'll tell on himself. Remember when Daryl Solomon was on here? He clearly said that they created that 1973 date. Y'all created the Grandmaster Flash, Kool, Herc, Bambaataa identity, and then you turn around and say, did you go ask Trixie? Did you go ask SaSa? Didn't we just have SaSa on here tonight? Didn't I just interview Trixie the week before last on Scoreboard Keepers? And he said that he'd been doing it since 1970. So that means he'd been doing it before Herc, Bambaataa, and Flash even existed. And then you turn around and you show us the Treacherous 3, the Funky 4. All of them are all FBA. All them people that you were showing was all FBA. That is the whole point that we're saying. And you said something totally different. Much respect to you, Grandmaster Melly Mel. We're disputing on the information. Nothing personal. You said it out of your own mouth, right? And we're gonna really get it popping. I want y'all to hear this. You said it out of your own mouth, right? That on microphone check, that it was an African American experience. I talked to Charlie Rock yesterday, and he even voice recorded me, and he said out his own mouth. And I can play it live if y'all want me to. He said it out of his own.
You played it last night. Play it real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me go get that real quick, where he said out of his own mouth that African Americans created it. And anybody that's sit back rock right now as a leeway to deny African Americans or foundational Black Americans the hip hop experience. So able to rock in his own mouth yesterday, talking directly to me. Okay, he's talking directly to me. This is what he's
you breaking up.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on, y'all. No, I see why I'm breaking up. I got to take it off this speaker real quick. So while I'm doing that, just finish playing that joint while I say it real quick. It's going to take me 2 minutes.
Go ahead. I got
to shift.
Yeah. And then
okay.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. And then you had your sound system working in New York from up to then.
No, I was attending junior high school.
Yeah. I see.
I was around 13 years old back then.
Yeah, okay. But then you started your sound system.
I started to go to parties when I was around 16 years old.
Yeah.
And around 18, 19, that's when I started to experiment with my own sound system, as far as building a sound system.
Yeah. And
now this was like 73.
Names out now.
So 73, 74.
70. Technically, it's 70. It just started to say break ground in 73. It ain't going nowhere now. They've been knocking it from say 70, 71. It ain't going nowhere now. When you gonna stop now?
You and your crew were playing out. There were several sound systems. No. The sound systems, the Jamaican sound systems, were very prevalent in the tri-state area. Were you aware of those crews? No. And did they play with you at all in the clubs?
No, never.
So African Love, Downbeat,
but never was in the in a space that they was at. Or no.
No way, no shape, form, or fashion. Okay.
I could tell you for a sound system is on the U.S. side that the Smith brothers respect them. Soul Brothers out of Brooklyn, Nell Gwyn's, respect them. I don't know if a Jamaican group. I know the Soul Brothers played Nell Gwyn's at 42nd Street.
Okay.
And they have brothers like Plummer, LaBoya, Flowers, and the Disco Twins. And their boys was really into technology and big, heavy sound. With me, yeah.
So other than like the weather and the environment, what about the culture? How hard was it for you to get into the culture?
It was, well, I could tell one thing. It wasn't fashionable being a Jamaican at one point. It wasn't.
Right.
And I never had my culture. Really, I never did. Well, I was getting Americanized, though. I stopped.
See? Now here go. This is Charlie Rock talking to me yesterday. See, y'all not going to tell me, oh, I'm just regurgitating information, right? Okay, let's get it.
Shalom, shalom. How you feeling?
Okay.
Peace be unto you, black man. I'm the original Zulu King, Charlie Rock. I am not going to get into a back and forth about this because I have my feelings about FBA and they're not changing, and that's that. What I will say is this, and you can quote me directly. Hip hop is an African American creation. I have always said that, and I'm on record, on visual record as saying so. Okay? It was created by black youth in the Bronx. We had Puerto Ricans who were with us. There were Puerto Ricans who hung out with black people, okay? And they were part of it, but they were very few, okay? Very few, all right? There is no need to denigrate or disrespect any other cultural group. Not Hispanics, not Puerto Ricans, not Jamaicans, nor anything. Nobody has said, once again, that Caribbeans, meaning Jamaicans, created hip hop. Whoever said that is wrong. And whoever said that Puerto Ricans created it, or that, according to what they said, Fat Joe says, created 50-50. That is also not true. And I've always said this. There are people, faction in the FBA, who want me to say things their way. And I'm not going to do that. I'm an independent man. I understand, I know the history because I was part of the history. I'm part of its creation. It's that I'm a pioneer in it. I'm one of the original 11 Zulu Kings. I was one of the earliest MCs of what became the Soul Sonic Force. I was MCing back in 1975.
Before Melly Mel.
So I am from the very beginnings of it. And it was solely in the Bronx in the beginning. Solely in the Bronx. And not everybody in the Bronx was with us. As Melly Mel said recently, and as I've always said, it was a derisive term to describe us. Okay? So I've said all of that. You've heard me say it. Okay, you can pass it to whoever. It was created by African American youth. We had some Puerto Ricans with us, but there were not many as there later on came to be, particularly as it relates to B-Boying. Because as we aged out, they became more prominent. And that's in the early 80s. We were done with it by then, as far as the B-Boying thing was concerned. And a lot of black people didn't jump on the bandwagon until rap music came in and they saw money to be made. Okay? That is the story of it. All right?
Now, y'all heard him directly from Adam, and it's more, but I'm just sticking to the point. So we got Charlie Rock out of his own mouth saying that it was an African-American creation. And then Grandmaster Melly Mel, you said that you were the first MC, but we got you on microphone check clearly saying that you learned your MCing from DJ Hollywood. And then how you the first MC? That's to go against Kool Rock when he's saying that he the first MC 1973. And then we got right there, we got Charlie Rock out of his own mouth, one of the 11 original Zulu Kings, said that he was MCing since 75. But we know that we can go to the oldest MC song on record 1946, the Noah song by the Jubilees. See, the reality is I'm proven as a historian. See how I'm showing you that I'm not dealing with regurgitated information? Oh, by the way, if you can you send the link right now? We got Disco King Mario's daughter in the comment section. Mina, come up here real quick. Let's get the flesh and blood up here. Since y'all want to run y'all mouth and say, oh, you're just using regurgitated information. Well, let's talk to DJ Disco King Mario's daughter. Come up here, Mina, real quick, so we can splatter the melanin of these people that be talking trash. Oh, and by the way, when you can you, yeah, and after you play this, can you type in Crazy Legs say breakdancing come from blacks? Because in that clip, it's going to have JoJo from Rocksteady Crew, and it's going to have, because that was the one you was asking for yesterday that you never seen, and Star Child LaRock. He's the one that says that it was an African-American creation that was originally underground, and Kool Herc brought it up to the surface. And did not Kool Herc just say out of his own mouth that hip-hop didn't start in 1973? He took it back to 1970. Did not, when you go to Bambaataa out of his own mouth, he said it started with the Black Spades, 1970. Isn't DJ FaZe saying that it started in 1970, 1971, when you go to their piece, The Culture, 1970? We talking facts, not hearsay. I don't care if you lived in East Bummerfuck. If you know the history and you got the primary data, you can challenge. We know Melly Mel. I studied the body language and psychology of people. Melly Mel, when he was talking, you could clearly see that he was hesitant in certain things that he was saying. He kept stuttering. You want to know why? Because he know for a fact that it's an African-American, Black American tribe of Judah experience in the wilderness of the United States of America. And all the Bronxdale boys there was took them 5 elements and codified it into a cultural structure. But originally, all them 5 elements already existed with our ancestors. Show me right now some Black exploitated movies amongst Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans. Show me about being fly. I'm over here in Africa right now. Everywhere in Africa I go to, you know who they trying to be like? Black Americans. When you talk about hip hop, they trying to be like Tupac. They trying to be like Biggie. They trying to be like Meek Mill. They trying to be like Rick Ross. They trying to be like Nicki Minaj and all these different people. And even if you got some tethers around us, who are they imitating? They are imitating the dominant culture at the time. We have to study this thing from a social, geopolitical, anthropological standpoint. We cannot no more just deal with our feelings and say, if you're not from the Bronx, you can't talk, but get the fuck out of here. You don't have no control over the Black American experience. You saying we can't talk about gospel because we weren't in the South? Because we weren't on the plantation, and we have a whole nother generation. We can't talk about the origin of gospel music. We created jazz. We created gospel. We created R&B. We created funk. We created techno. We created rave. We created house. We created punk. We created rock and roll. We created country. The nerve of you cracker-ass devils get mad at Beyonce because she wanted to make a country album. We created country music. Chubby Checker, Little Richard, all of them, they created rock and roll. And y'all got to remember, back in the day, they weren't putting the faces of Black American artists. They was making 2 types. They would keep it blank and put something on there, and then they'd make a duplicate. Wherever we was making these goddamn Peckerwoods was making a whole nother. Y'all need real men to expose these liars for what they are. Hip hop belonged to foundational Black Americans, period. Period. Show me your EST. Show me your Larry Larry. Show me your 3 times dope. Show me your Bahamadia. Show me your any of them. Sweet tea.
Give us your version of
show us the genre. Show me your Wu-Tang Clan. Show me the roots. Y'all not making anything. Y'all got 2 greatest Hispanics MCs that I've heard, Big Pun and Cypress Hill. And what did Big Pun tell you? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but because when I was when we was off camera, like in the back, like backstage or whatever, this before you came on, it was me, SaSa, and Chip, and we was just chopping it up, waiting for SaSa to get on or whatever. But everybody, y'all know that song, Jamaica Funk. That's what it is. That wasn't talking about Jamaica. They was talking about Jamaica Queens. It was a song about Queens. So I just want y'all to know, because I had that thought in my mind, because I love that song. My mom used to play that song. But that song is the meaning of South Jamaica Queens, because you know that was the sound he was playing. So it had everything to do with Queens, not the island. All right. So, and the dude name was Seco that they knew, but he is half Caribbean, but it's a Black American band. All right. So I just want y'all to definitely understand, because somebody threw that in my face a long time ago. But what about the song Funky Jamaica? So I'm glad they literally broke that down. And I had so many questions. Like, I have so many fucking questions here. But they were crazy. Like,
listen, me and you talk behind the scene, and we ain't got to get into that. But trust me, it's a power hand. Notice when you came with the question, who were the founders of hip hop? Cats start dropping off. Not DJ FaZe, but cats start dropping off. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they're going to have to admit the truth, and you also going to have to admit a takeover. Stop being upset with FBA. We didn't start this. Y'all, why y'all not coming at Busta Rhymes telling you that hip hop came from dance hall music? Why y'all not coming at Spice? Why y'all not coming at Fat Joe? Why y'all not coming at Evil D? Why y'all not coming at Pete Rock? We are only reacting and answering the challenge to what was already being put out there. Microphone check is a metamorphosis in the child being birthed from the woes and pains of Black American sorrows. And it answered the challenge. So we put up there these pioneers of hip hop that y'all saying, oh, go ask somebody. Remember when Grandmaster Melly Mel said, well, did y'all ask Grandmaster Cash? Oh, we sure did. And we got Grandmaster Cash on video saying out of his own mouth, oh, it wasn't no Puerto Ricans there when we started that.
And that was good.
Yeah, go ahead.
The earliest and first B-boys were black. All the crews and mostly everybody was black. When Latinos started breaking, they were emulating what they saw, you know, the black people doing. Okay, that's just a fact. That's just a fact. But
there you have it. And hold that thought too. Let me play this too. It's 8 minutes, but I'm only going to play probably like 3. But
that's
please
fine.
listen, everybody. Check it out.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing.
Blacks were the first B-boys and the first crew that was solidified that essence and B-boy motion was Zulu Kings. First crew to ever exist. Period. And it was simple. Looked up to.
Yes. In fact, Africa Bambaataa, you know, the Zulu nations, they fascinated me because be mindful, that was around before TGB. And when I used to go to the Zulu jams, it was the Zulu nation and the big organizations of people doing their thing. Meaning they used to dance the free, you know, in the 73. This is a time when the DJing still was being added to. The cuts, the mixes, the elbow, you know, everything came into play when Africa Bambaataa and DJ Kool Herc gave birth to this culture. And we became the supporters of the foundation when we used to go to the jams and start rocking. And yes, one of the primary reasons why I came out with TBB was because of Africa Bambaataa. It fascinated me to see so many people, and it fascinated me to hear that they had a founding father named Africa Bambaataa. Came out and
It was something else too.
Turned the black space.
Let's not forget, y'all, that the Zulu nations came after it derived from the black spade. So at the end of the day, it was still Black American culture. Right?
See, they telling on they. That's my whole point. They telling on themselves right here. That's the part right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Tracks 2.
Hey.
Track 2.
Everything out into the open. And that was like, say, 74, 75. All the underground stuff, all the in-house, all the hallway dancers, and all the house party dancers were brought out to the street. And the more they took it to the street, the more nationalities got involved in it. You know, it was no longer an Afro-American thing. The Hispanic took to the dance.
Check this out. Check this one out. This is good.
Because back then they were the ones that used to really give the Puerto Rican shout outs. Because when I was dancing, he would come out and say, check out the Puerto Rican B-Boy in the house, B-Boy Spider-Man. And I would go out there and be dancing. Because, you know, it was kind of rare to see because most of the black kids were doing it. And if you was a black kid and you was doing it, you was either down with the Zulu Nation or something like that. And Zulu Kings. And as far as the B-boy, the Puerto Rican B-boys, there wasn't really too many of us out there. So when they see one of us dance, it was a big thing. They would be like, wow, check that guy out. Oh, look at that cute Puerto Rican, he's cute. Look how he, you know, it's like looking at a little puppy dog, you know, and you're like, wow, this is a big dog. You know, that's how they would see us, you know, because we was new to it. And then after a while, you know, they started
because we was new to it. One more game. This was good, man. And I had all this. I literally had everything orchestrated. FaZe went in and it just got off track. It really did.
Let Disco King Mario daughter come in. She in the back.
She in the back. All right, hold on. I can't see. Let me see. Let me see now. Hold on.
See her?
Yeah, I see you. I see you, Queen. And then let me finish playing a little bit of this.
Now we got Disco. Yep, that's right. That's right.
I got you, Queen. I got you, and I appreciate you coming on. But y'all heard him. Y'all heard what he said because we was new to this.
You know, and you're like, why is it big? That's how they would see us, you know, because we was new to it. And then after a while, you know, they started downplaying it, not to just the brothers, you know, but they started downplaying something that we love. You know, started saying, hey, you're chunking your hand. Why you still dirtying your clothes for? Why you always on the floor? And things like that. And if I was, you know, if my self-esteem was real low, I probably would have never been a dancer because I probably would have been, my feelings would have been hurt, you know. But
they put it down and y'all picked it up because they like they were saying before, they put that shit down and started getting fly to get the girls to get the money. They put that shit down because we innovators. We create shit out of nowhere. We could trip and fall on the floor, get up all smoothly, and that could probably be a dance. That's how innovative we are. You see how embarrassed he was about that? Just one more minute of this, and then we're gonna get back to the conversation.
Instead, I love this dance so much, I continue to do it. And everybody else, as far as Puerto Rican B-boys, through the generations, they felt the same way. It just got bigger and better. We got bigger, better, stronger.
The era that we is because they went to those parties watching.
And that's Cornbread right there speaking too. But let me introduce. Matter of fact, you introduce her, my G. Introduce King Mario's daughter. If you hear. Oh, well, he stepped away. Listen, everybody. This is the legendary. He's finally getting his flowers, which he should have been had his flowers. We have his flesh and blood daughter, Nina. This is King Disco Mario's flesh and blood daughter. Thank you for coming onto the platform. How you doing, love?
You're welcome. Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. And look, we was on live till like 5 in the morning, son. Right?
Say it again.
I said that live last night. Niggas was on till like 4 or 5 in the morning. I cannot.
Oh yeah.
I can't challenge them niggas, but yeah, y'all did a great job. But you did a great job too. But go ahead, you could speak to her, my G. You got to unmute yourself. What's the name?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, there was a question. Somebody said, "Do you know that there was a few Puerto Ricans in the Black Spades?" So, what you think we don't know about DJ Tex Hollywood, who was DJ Disco King
Yeah, I
Mario's
know it was a
uncle.
few. But I
Yeah,
only, from what I know, at least as far as my father's concerned, it was only Tex Hollywood with him, and I believe his brother was in the
right,
spade, but he wasn't
right.
part of the like DJ crew.
Facts. So he wasn't a part. He wasn't a part of the Chuck City crew.
Tex Hollywood was, but
Okay,
I
Tex
think his
Hollywood
brother
was,
was
but
also a
not his brother.
spade, but he wasn't down with
Right.
like the DJ part of it.
There's another picture.
Facts. That's a fact. And I'm glad that we got you on here because one of the controversies, right, was that your father is half Puerto Rican. Was your father half Puerto Rican?
No, he's not half Puerto Rican. He's from North Carolina, Edenton, North Carolina.
Right.
And the
Because
whole
I know.
controversy is what started making me and other family members talk. We seen other videos, other things discrediting him and all this other stuff, but we was never even bothering with it. You know what I'm saying? But then after a while, it gets ridiculous. So when I was in conversation with the people to do the street signing, I got a call from one of my family members about people saying he was Puerto Rican and asked me, did I know? And I say, yes, I know. But I thought it would like blow over and people would stop pushing that lie. But then they were still pushing it. Somebody made over 10 videos saying that he was, and saying that she spoke to family members and that she knew my grandfather and all this other crazy stuff. And I'm like, what? Then you get people going on platforms that get millions of views saying that he's half Puerto Rican. So yeah, we started talking. And now people mad because we're talking.
Facts. And I want to say something, sister, because I think people got it confused. They see the word disco and Disco King Mario's name, so they think he was a disco player. No, he was not a disco player. He was a B-Boy DJ player. Back in the days, clubs were known as discotheques. That's it. It don't have nothing to do with him being a disco player. And if you're really talking disco, real disco came around the mid 1975, 1976. When they call people like Grandmaster Flowers, DJ Pete Jones, and all them disco players, they mean DJs that were playing funk music in discotheques. There's a difference between a discotheque DJ versus disco music. And see, y'all not understanding that. So you got those like Grandmaster Flowers in Brooklyn, New York. He's playing funk music in discotheques. And then
Hold
you got
on 1 minute. For you that's
Yes.
saying nobody cares about Mario, let me put you in your place right quick. My father got a street sign named after him. What does your father have? My father has a certificate of merit listed with 16 trailblazers on it from the Bronx. What does your father have? Like, get out of here with that. Don't say don't nobody care. And the museum reached out to me. And then if he gets in the museum, you gonna still say nobody cares?
Right.
He has a copy of a flyer in City Hall, but nobody cares. How you think he got that? Because people do care. Maybe you don't care, maybe you don't know, and maybe everybody that's sticking behind the DJs that they like don't care. But the proof is in the pudding. It don't matter how long it took, it's happening. And more stuff gonna happen too. And you can still say you don't care and be on the wrong side of history if you want to. It don't matter. Then that also shows you're not doing your research, because you would know all of this stuff. Because everything has been filmed and everything has proof out here.
Facts. And we got clipping, sister. I'm putting it together now. I'm doing this, and I'm going to dedicate it to the daughter of Disco King Mario. What I'm doing right now, I have it done in the next 2 weeks. What I'm doing is taking every quotation from all the pioneers of hip hop saying it started with Disco King Mario. See, we got on record Bambaataa saying it started with Disco King Mario. We got Herc saying the same thing. I couldn't really find Flash too much, but what I did find of Flash is him saying that hip hop did exist, earlier than that what it stated. And I'm glad Daryl Solomon left on record. He said that date 1973, we just created that and gave it to y'all. You heard him say it. He said, yeah, we just came up with that date and gave it to y'all, but we know that hip hop was even before that. We just seen Kool Herc out of his own mouth saying hip hop didn't start in 1973. We see Kool Herc saying out of his own mouth that he was influenced by American blacks, that he came dressing funny. He started becoming Americanized, meaning black Americanized. So there was a certain type of culture. The original hip hoppers was not dressed like how you seen Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. No, they was dressed like hood niggas, like street dudes. They was wearing the Jack Purcells, the British Walkers, the Stacey Adams, the Pro Kids, the Chuck Tellers, the mock necks, the putting on champagne cologne, rocking the gold medallions and all that. So they already back in the early 70s had, which became resurrected from Run DMC and all that. When you seen Run DMC dressed a certain way, LL Cool J, Eric B and Rakim with the Dookie chains and Slick Rick and all that, the original Bronxdale boys from the Baby Space and the Young Space, that's how they were dressed. Show a picture of your father, put up there where you see DJ Disco King Mario with the money in his hand and all the young boys in the background waiting.
But you couldn't tell from the guy that was up there, and this is not a knock on him, but I'm just gonna say what he said. The dancer, the guy with the hat, he was like, those were gangsters. Y'all was just over there fighting each other. Y'all wasn't doing nothing. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. They had a rift between certain sides and certain DJs because they did not like that gangster element, even though it came first.
Right.
They did not like it. They couldn't go over there. You heard them say, well, Herc was more peaceful. That's why more people gathered over there, because they were scared to come to Bronxdale. They were scared to come to that side. And I'm sure when he said he was going, you see how FaZe caught him. He was saying 70 at first. And then he changed the date because after a certain date, it was more peaceful. So it allowed people to move around the Bronx more freely. Y'all gotta think, not y'all up there, but I'm talking about everybody. Y'all gotta think. If people had a hatred for certain people because of who they was down with, they not gonna lift that name up. But then they can't lie and say they never heard of them if you claim to have got around all over the Bronx. They wiping him out because they did not like that he was gangster. Bambaataa don't really like to talk about him because he don't want to be associated with the gangs because he wanted to push peace. After his friend got killed from a gang war, whatever it was, he did not even want to be associated with that anymore. But the ironic thing is he built up Zulu Nation from the Baby Spades.
Yeah.
One of the Zulu masters was Monk. Do you know Monk was in charge of the Black Spades?
That's a fact.
After it changed from being like pro-black and fighting against gangs for racism, protecting the hood, it changed. But he still had one of the people in his crew. Zulu Nation formed from Spades. Because Spades was the foundation of the Zulu Nation. He just didn't have the older ones in there.
That's right.
That's something I think that's something that we need to stick it to.
Y'all want to romanticize and started from 73 from a little carriage room party when they been doing carriage room parties in Bronxdale. Stanley has a paper that predates 73 from having a carriage room party. Y'all need to find him because he has a lot of paperwork. His mother was in charge of the president of the projects in Bronxdale. And he had an aunt that was in charge of another project, I think Patterson or somewhere. So he was getting around. He saw a lot of stuff, even though he was young. Number two, FaZe is not lying. If you don't believe him, then you shouldn't believe nobody, because I feel like a lot of people be putting sauce on their story. A lot of them. But the bottom line is, I'm Mario's daughter. I know FaZe knew him. His own mother said he knew him. And yes, he was young. He didn't say he was old up there DJing. He said my father let them play on his stuff. You know who else he let play? Bambaataa. Because Bambaataa, I believe, might have been younger than him too.
Can I ask you this question? Why you think they always come in that? Why you think they're so? I don't want to say so much, but some may question FaZe credibility because at 71 he was a young age. Because I say I was young. I was outside at a.
Look at the ones that's talking. They younger than him.
Right.
They younger than him.
Right. They younger than him.
But if you really listen to what he was saying, he said he was younger. He said he was a little drummer boy. He didn't say he was a drummer man.
And he said he was a baby.
But they trying to pick him apart. But he ain't the only one that knows stuff. All on that channel, it's people even older than him talking.
And confirming him.
But they want him to bring the whole spades. But I'm telling you now, if somebody come to Bronxdale Projects this summer, they'll be out there because they was out there last year.
But Monk confirmed him. We got videos of Monk confirming him, the leader of the Black
I
Spades.
know he can't not confirm him.
Right. We got Green Eye Genie, Stan, little OG Stan, which is the Green Eye Genie, and Booby, which is DJ FaZe. All of them were Baby Spades. Originally, they were known as the Little Rascal. We got Mina right here. If I'm lying, she's going to correct me. Originally, they were called the Little Rascals, and they became absorbed inside of the Black Spades, and they became the very first Baby Spades before any other division. And you know how we know it started in Bronxdale? Because Bronxdale Projects is the first division of the Black Spades. That's
first division, and I think it was like 5 or 7 of them that are 0 division, but they still lived in Bronxdale. They just were older. It's like 3 different or 4 different tiers, because it was 0 division, first division, then it was Baby Spades and Young Spades or something like that. I think my father might have been in the Young Spades because it was some of them that was a little older than him.
Right.
And I said to people, if you go look for that peace treaty video, it's on YouTube. My father's on the camera. He's on film in the peace treaty.
Right, that's true.
Because people like to reference that too. And how the hell you gonna say my father played after 77 when there's a clip on the Get Down that said, oh, after 77, basically the blackout, everybody think they DJ Mario. Why would they say that if he started playing in 77? It's documented that he played before that.
You talking about the movie, The Blackout. What is it called?
The Get Down.
The Get Down, yeah. And I seen the dude, he said everybody trying to be like DJ Disco King Mark. I seen that clipping, yeah.
Like you people, y'all just be saying anything because it goes along with your narrative of what you want to pass on to try to debunk other people. You come over here and you talk about Tyreek. If you mad at him, go to his page. Stop bringing up stupid subjects to deflect what's going on in the conversation at hand.
Facts. I'm gonna be
you don't even listen to your own pioneers. You're disrespectful. You don't belong in hip hop because if you don't respect who came before you, then you don't deserve to be in it at all.
Facts. And you know what I'm starting to believe?
Video after you
hold it before you go. I just want to say this one small thing. I believe personally, and I'm not trying to start nothing, I believe it's a conspiracy. And I believe that there are other sources that are involved, not just people on social media, but I truly believe it's a hidden conspiracy to drag hip hop into a cult to a point where you see hip hop at the day, how it then became so degenerated. But I think the puppets of that became Herc, Bambaataa, and Flash. And but it was mainly Bambaataa who already had some form of knowledge of self, but a lot of the occultic knowledge, and helped drag hip hop into what we see it today. And they had to cut out DJ Disco King Mario to accomplish that.
And he had connections because he was going downtown doing his shows at those those parties and those clubs downtown, whatever. And I feel like somebody in the record business kind of pulled him to the side as well. And then he pulled in Flash and Herc. And so, and then on top of that, again, it's common sense. They coming into a culture that's not theirs. So you dress in a certain way and they clown you. And so you have to hide or change your accent, like Herc said, change his accent to fit in. So of course that you can't really be yourself. You have to be other than yourself to fit in. So some of that stuff is subconsciously stuck in your mind. So he got people has a common background. So you pretty much my island brother. So I have more in common with you than these African Americans who we have to. But so I think they huddled and came up with that shit. Like I really think they huddled.
But even your guest was focused on mostly. If you paid attention, they was mostly naming clubs. Hip hop is a young man sport for one, and it's a street thing. Why was you not naming the streets, the outside jams? Why was you not naming even different parks? Why was you not naming the venues that nobody could get, that only my father could get? You see, that's a form of erasure. I'm not saying that they personally did it, because like I said, in the Bronx, in New York, period, people align with who they seen the most, who they gravitated to the most, and who they had access to the most. But it is a known fact that my father got to school 123, the Skating Palace, the Audubon Ballroom, different parks. Even when Tupac was a little kid, his cousin is on tape on a YouTube channel saying that he took Tupac to see my father playing more closer to Soundview projects than Bronxdale.
That's crazy. I forgot about that.
And the more and more people come out, people want to try to say like they lying. That doesn't mean they lying. It just means, oh, now people are starting to talk about this person. Oh yeah, I did see him. Oh yeah, I know who that is. There's a little cartoon short about the RZA and I think the Jizza came all the way to Soundview area to see my father play, but his name was only Mario in the beginning. He took that Disco King from somebody else. Because remember, he was in a gang and he was like, Kool DJ D said, he said to his friend, yo, you ain't no king. You ain't no king over here. Like, give me that name. Like, he took the name and the kid ain't do nothing because the kid wasn't no fighter.
Right.
Was it right? No. But I'm just telling you the facts. It's just the facts. But that's what I mean about people romanticizing hip hop. It wasn't all kumbaya. It wasn't one nation under a groove at first. It wasn't peaceful. Absolutely. And if you look at hip hop now, every state has a street element or a gang type culture involved. And now LA, y'all off the hook because it wasn't even just y'all that even was doing that. Every state got some gritty street element to hip hop in it.
Can I say something? Because you made me really think of this and I respect all my people from LA, Chicago, and all that stuff. When they say gangs, the definition of a gang, if it's more than one or a group of people in mischief activities or whatever, or illegal activities or a group of people. When they gangs, just because y'all was doing drive-bys or run-ups or whatever, but mostly drive-bys or whatever, the gang shit or whatever, that don't mean there wasn't no gangs in New York. Gang doesn't mean blue and red. Theirs was gangster posses, was crews that will fucking top, just as ruthless as any Chicago gang. So I hate when they say it wasn't no gang in New York. They're trying to downplay New York.
It's a movie called Gangs in New York. The Warriors was based after these gangs in New York.
Exactly. So it's kind of crazy how they trying to downplay New York when it comes to gangs, as if there wasn't no crews.
The only difference, because I don't know the inner workings of those gangs, is that the Spades was formed because of the inspiration of Black Panthers and Nation of Islam. So they were fighting cops, Italian gangs, Puerto Rican gangs, whoever tried to, fight them when they tried to do, be free to do what they want, and they would get certain areas and they'd try to chase them out. So they formed a gang to protect themselves. And then when drugs started coming, they was trying to keep the junkies out and keep people from robbing and stealing people in the neighborhood. And they spread it around. And there is a chapter still today that's, I think, based in Harlem. They just have TBS New Direction. And it's still out there. They just do work for the community. They're not a fighting gang. They do work for the community now.
A queen.
Back to the basics, basically. They wanted to bring it back to the way it was.
Absolutely. Somebody told me to ask you this question.
Yeah, I just seen that. Go ahead. Y'all, I seen
somebody asked this, the actual your opinion of the Bronx whole avenue peace meeting and its connection to hip hop.
I feel like that peace treaty played a big part in people being free to go to different areas to see other people, like experience hip hop in other areas. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because by that time, I'm sure people started peeping. Now, they say Bronx that they didn't let people in, but the exception was this. If you were part of the Black space and you were a warlord or a leader, they let you in Bronxdale. So you were able to see jams. You was able to get a girlfriend. You was able to move around. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not that nobody didn't see. It was specific people that was able to see. But when the peace treaty happened, anybody that was brave enough could come around because there was no beef. You understand what I'm saying? So now it just wasn't leaders and warlords of other gangs allowed to come in. It was everybody. But this is for all over. Everybody got to move around. And that's the big part of it. Hip hop was happening, right? People was doing jams in their carriage room. People was doing people was doing parties in their carriage room. People was doing parties outside in the actual project, letting the extension cord out the window, and they would have a little setup outside. And people say, "Oh, why is no pictures and all that?" Remember, this was done by children. Y'all gotta stop. This was done by teenagers. They don't have all that money. They had to be hustling. Whatever hustling they was doing as kids, I don't know, pickpocketing, packing bags. And it is a such thing as packing bags. I didn't do it, but people still do it. It's adults that do it now. So I don't know why people acting dumb like kids was not doing it. They was really doing it a lot in the 80s. So I know they was doing it in the 70s. And they would put their money together and get whatever they wanted to get. New York, depending on your parent, they'll let you roam around mad early. Or if somebody older than you would come and say, "Hey, I'll watch your kid, can they come outside?" The parent will let them go outside. Some of them dudes that's in the space said their parents was mad strict on them, but they started still coming outside anyway. Once they hit 13, 12, 13, 14, 15, they were young. They were not grown men. You could look on the film and see they wasn't grown. Some of them in there look older than them, but they were young.
Mm-hmm. Shit, I used
People
to
act like stuff is impossible. Maybe it is because you wasn't alive back then.
Right. He got knocked up. I'm pretty sure he gonna get back on. I just want to play this video by the Green Eyed Genie.
They have a Black Spades movie, but for some reason they don't have it like out on YouTube. They only showed it twice in the Magic Johnson Theater on 125th in Manhattan, in Harlem.
A long time ago. Wow,
I saw it last year, but they had a filming a viewing before that. But you could go on YouTube and look up Black Spade movie and see like the trailer. It's about 2 trailers on it though, just to show people.
Okay, I'll do that. I just want to play this clip right here with the Green Eyed Genie. All right.
Okay.
All right, let's get it, y'all.
Pop documents don't lie, man. My birthplace, man, is Bromfield Projects, man. 1815 Bruckner Boulevard, the Roman Empire. Before all pioneers came into existence, we are the real ones. Look, check out the album right now, and it's crazy, man. It's on Tidal, it's on Amazon, it's on Apple, man. Green Eyed Genie, the book is getting ready to drop, and we're doing the movie Page 1, The Birth of Hip Hop. You're looking at The Interview, HDTV. Fair use. I have to turn this bass down. Peace, this is Daddy O from the legendary shit.
Boss Tech. Doing his live.
Say what's happening. It's your boy Rico.
Explain a little bit to everyone about your background.
Well, my real name is Stanley Harris. Born and raised in Bronxdale Projects, Soundview section of the Bronx. Soundview section, Bronxdale Projects is considered the Roman Empire of the Bronx of all projects because it was karate masters and they went around conquering all of the projects in the whole Bronx. So these individuals today is like 70 years old. My oldest brother was a part of that gang. One of my other brothers, he's like 65. It's 9 of us, 5 boys and 4 girls. I'm the 8th child, so I'm really the baby boy. I'm the 8th child out of 9. My mother, Miss Gwendolyn Joe Carr Harris, invented in all the projects in New York City the Tenant Patrol, which was to govern the projects, have Greyhound buses come to the projects and take these kids on various amusement parks because gangs was running rapidly from 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and she had recreational activities in the projects to get these kids something constructive to do because gangs was so rapidly, people was getting killed, thrown off roofs in the projects, and just to mention some of the gangs, the Black Spades, the Savage Skulls, the Savage Nomads, the Black Pearls, the Ghetto Brothers, the 7 Immortals, but to no reveal was the Black Spades, which was martial arts.
So basically, it was gangs before all this blood and Crips thing was going on. It was gangs back in those times where it was a different type of gang. But what was the difference between the gangs now and the gangs before?
Well, the gangs now today, it's kind of like individuals is ganging up and following what other individuals has put out there. For instance, if I say, come on, man, let's jump on, man. Oh, yeah, come on, what, you gonna be? Whereas before, back then, the gangs was fighting for supremacy, dominating areas, showing their skill that they could really fight. Whereas today, just shoot you, you shot, they run. But back then, you had to be in a really welfare and really show your skill that you really knew how to fight. So that's the difference between now and back then. With saying all of that, my mother let us had the mayor of New York City come to the projects, which was also Robert Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's brother, Robert Kennedy.
Right.
When I was a baby, came over to my projects, Bronxdale projects, over in the Soundview section, Bruckner Boulevard, right there, Watson Avenue,
I wanted to
Beach
get
Avenue,
into where you
Morris
talk about
Avenue,
hip hop.
6th
I'm
train, get
skimming
off
in a little bit.
St. Lawrence, and you could also get off either Parkchester and walk over. What my mother did was she led these activities and concerts of groups, the Delphonics, Blue Magic. They used to come to my projects and perform in the grass when I was a young boy. My mother had a seven bedroom apartment in the projects. Well, 7 bedrooms. And she got 9 children.
Goddamn.
So at that
I'm
time,
seeing
as a
4
little
in the
boy, I had the
projects.
green eyes with the long hair, and everybody liked me in the project. Used to always hold me, oh, green eyes, you know, because I was a little kid with this red hair. My hair was real red with the real light eyes. My sister used to braid it all the time. And the gangs was mean. And they was going around conquering. As time went by, my mother was throwing parties in a carriage room. Okay, this is before any DJs, like we know DJs from back then came along later on in the early 70s, like PDJ Jones, DJ Flowers, DJ Hollywood. Later on, the Disco Twins, Infinity Machine, and them came later on. All of this was something to entertain, which was a disco era. Was it no hip hop, no culture, anything at this time. I was with Kool DJ D, Tyrone the mixologist. Okay, this is 72, 73 as a kid, and then with Disco King Mario. So in my project, it consists of 29 buildings. Each building has 63 apartments times 29. So these individuals came out with music in my projects. Okay, in my project, we had a couple of DJs, just to mention them, because this is very important. You had Kool DJ D, Tyrone the mixologist. You had Disco King Mario. You had DJ Sinbad. You had Tex D Hollywood, which is the first Spanish DJ. This is 72, 73. We went to school together, okay? Now, in my project, was it no hip hop, was it no nothing? Kool Herc over on 1520. 1520 was Kool Herc, which is over here. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen, because seeing is believing. That individuals don't know this story. This has never been nothing told like this because individuals' time and period that they come from won't allow for them to speak on things like this. So I'm bringing it to the world to let them know this is 1520. Okay? 1520, Kool Herc lived in that building. These buildings wasn't there in the 70s. There was nothing but dirt over there. Okay? So when Kool Herc was living there, he was playing the music on the side of his building. And we talking 73. Now, I want the world to see this, that no one knows the true story of where hip-hop came from. I'm telling you that nobody goes before me. And when I'm speaking, I'm not here to take away nobody's story. I respect all pioneers that ever came about. But I'm saying, I watched them come about. No one comes before this. Bronx did. Bronx did. Now look at this. 30 built all the way down here. See? From way down there, all the way down here. Now match that with Kool Herc. So when I say I'm the creator of hip hop, that's what I'm saying. I'm the Green Eyed Stan. They call me the Green Eyed Genie, creator of hip hop. How's that? Well, when Kool Herc was out, it was a disco era. Ain't nothing over here. If you look over here, these projects was built in 1952, 53. My mother moved there in 1955. Okay? So when I say I'm creating hip hop, I started this culture in 1974. That's my building right there. Born and raised. Okay? This goes before any pioneer of hip hop from the Bronx There's no one that goes before me when I'm speaking. When I say go before me, it didn't exist. We went and dominated all areas of the Bronx. Let's speak of areas. Kool Herc area, Ogden Avenue. I lived on Ogden Avenue on 166th Street, Nelson, right down the block from Kool Herc building. I went to public school 73. They made false accusations against my mother. My mother had cameras put in the projects. These cameras was monitoring the kids that played outside. By 1974, they kicked us out the projects. We slept right here next to the mailbox. Everybody in my projects laughed at me and have no clothes. These bummies slept there for 2 days next to the mailbox. They go to the hallway right there. Slept in that hallway. My apartment was right there. Everybody looked at my mother. My mother lost her mind. She couldn't believe how she cared for thousands of kids in the projects, and at the Housing Authority, which is 250 Broadway, that's the headquarters of all projects in the whole New York City. Okay? My mother went to them and showed them how to govern all projects in all the 5 boroughs. They utilized her knowledge. Tenant Patrol Associations was created. We have that right over here to prove that to the world and how all of this really came about. Okay? As time progressed, I started moving. When my mother created the Tenant Patrol, Greyhound buses was coming up to the projects, taking us to various amusement parks as Bear Mountain, Mohazed Park, Rockland State Park. These buses, when we came back, she let the music be played in the project. Now, this is 71, okay? 72, 73 is when Kool DJ Tyrone came out. He was in the disco ever, okay?
Was DJ Tyrone before Kool Herc?
Yes, DJ Tyrone, the mixologist, Kool DJ D and Tyrone, the mixologist, was before her because Mario came out after Kool DJ D, which we lived in the same projects. So he used to go over there and see the equipment what Kool Herc had. And Mario tried to emulate her with the equipment. But Kool D was out. Just as long, we say longer, that could be disputable. But we always knew we owned the Bronx. Once again, we conquered all areas. Kool Herc wasn't in the gang. He lived it lovely. 1520 was a luxury building to how we was living in the project. Okay? Time started to progress. There was a guy by the name of Lance. Him and my brother Darius, they used to go to Coley Allen and fight the gangs in Coley Allen. The guy Lance changed his name to Africa Bambaataa, the godfather of the Armoron of the last millennium. Okay? Came to me and said, Stan, I want you with me. Me and your brother used to fight in the gangs in Coley Allen. And that's 71, 72. Okay? Bambaataa took me under his wing, which I was with Kool D and Disco King Mario. By 1974, when we had got evicted, I moved all over the Bronx. And everywhere that I moved, was it no Grand Wizard Theodore? Was it no Cold Crush Brothers? Was it no Grandmaster Flash? Was it no Sugar Hill Gang? All of these pioneers that's legend today, that is considered the fathers of hip-hop, they didn't exist.
This is my first time ever seeing that. What's your thoughts on that? If y'all there, y'all can unmute yourself if y'all have any thoughts on that. And I'm gonna be here for another maybe a good half an hour because I gotta work in tomorrow, and I'm gonna take it down early tonight. So yeah. So what's your thoughts on what you just heard? I mean, shit. Go ahead.
You want to go first, sister?
Me?
Yeah, you want to go first?
From what for the most part, for the most part, he got it right. Like I said that his mother was in charge of the projects. Well, the Tenant Patrol. Basically, I even said they had the first parties in the carriage room. That has to do with the Tenant Patrol. The Tenant Patrol person has the keys to the carriage room. So it definitely lines up with what he's saying. The only thing is, I don't know. He kind of mixed it up because he said it was DJ Kool D and my father first. So, but then he said he saw Herc's equipment. No, from my
No, I
understanding,
think
DJ
he
Kool
made a
D
mistake.
had the
He made a,
coffin turntables, so he
yeah,
didn't
he made
need
a
to see
mistake.
Herc's equipment. DJ
Yeah, he
Kool
made
D
a
had the good equipment.
right.
Because to
He
my
meant
understanding,
he
my
meant
father played on his equipment first.
yeah. You got to
The
remember
only
he
reason
meant
why they don't credit him as far as hip hop Kool D is because he was playing in clubs. There's pictures of him on his IG page of him in clubs. Now he ended up being out in the parks, but remember, he came to the gang after my father was already in it already.
right. He
You
came.
understand what I'm saying?
He came later. He came a little bit later.
Yes,
You know,
because
sometimes
Kool D
Stan
lived in
talk fast.
Brooklyn. And
You know,
remember, we all
sometimes
know that Brooklyn was playing music already
right.
too.
Sometimes
But they was
Stan
playing other types of music, like disco music. Most of those people for some reason tend to be in the clubs a lot.
right.
My father ended up being in the street. He was younger. So he wasn't out there making money. He just was doing it for the community.
And he drew a big crowd. Everybody came outside.
Yeah,
That's the street element of the birth, pretty
That's
much,
what
of hip
that's
hop.
what we trying to say. He was
Exactly.
more for the streets. He let the gang people in. You see how the other guy said, no, it was more peaceful over here. But if your hood is full of the gangs, they not gonna let nothing happen because it's only them in there to begin with. They're not fighting each other. They trying to fight outsiders. But if
Right.
it's only them contained with people they want in there, it ain't gonna be no fight.
Can I say something just to interject? When he said they went from the BX to Coney Island, do y'all know how far that is?
No, yeah, that's far.
I'm from Coney Island, so it's like, God damn, that is a long fucking ride to fight. And Coney Island is one way to fuck
They
in
probably fought on their way there
and
too,
one
because
way
that's a
out.
long
Hell
ass
yeah.
ride.
Nigga, please. That is the
Yeah,
longest
yeah.
ride
I
ever.
think
Damn near 3 hours.
sometimes OG Stan he talked fast, so he meant it vice versa. He meant vice versa because when you watch him give that story, he tell it vice versa. He was just moving fast. But from the record that we definitely see, it is crystal clear that hip hop was created by the Baby Spades. That consisted of the Green-Eyed Genie, which is Stan, Booby, which is DJ FaZe. Because remember, DJ FaZe and Booby, they were both Baby Spades together, and they was putting all this together, and from there it spread it out. And the pioneer or the driving force behind them Baby Spades was Disco King Mario.
Right.
Because
And people
remember,
mix up when he says he was first. He doesn't mean first to do the music. He means passing around the culture. Because when he got kicked out, he was all over the place. And he was taking what he was doing in Bronxdale all around.
Right.
That's what he means about first. And he feel like, I'm in an
He
area
was
where we
spreading.
have all the power being Spades, and my mother had a lot of power being in charge of the projects. He's not taking credit for creating hip hop per se. He's taking credit for spreading the culture around everywhere he moved.
Right. Makes total sense.
Right.
Total sense.
That's
Absolutely.
how.
So I'm glad you explained it
That's
that
how
way.
the
I'm gonna
other
let you cook. I'm glad you explained it that way because other people that's listening may take that in the wrong way. So I'm glad that
Yeah,
you made
he
it
took
plain.
Bronxdale culture around everywhere he moved.
Right. Go ahead, King.
That's a fact. I mean, she said it because that's exactly how I seen it. He wasn't saying like I created. He's saying, look, when I would move there, I would give quote unquote hip hop here, hip hop there. So he's basically saying that's how I was spreading. That's how I went to the West Bronx. That's how I went to the South Bronx because Green-Eyed Genie was living in all these different areas and he was spreading this Bronxdale, knowledge, so to say. This culture that came from out of Bronx, but everything points at Bronxdale. And like Sister Mina said, you even heard the contention. And I gotta say this because I didn't touch on it. I touched on it a little bit. Grandmaster Flowers and them, they didn't have anything to do with hip hop. Yes, there were influences, no problem, but they weren't the creators of hip hop. And what was happening earlier, they was mixing hip hop b-boyers with discotheque DJs. No, what they was doing in Brooklyn, we can pull up. We did it last week. We could pull up their shit, and you see that they was in there wearing on very expensive clothes, doing the hustle. That's the type of DJ. Crowd that DJs like DJ Hollywood was around. Pete Jones, DJ Pete Jones, DJ Grandmaster Flowers. When you dealing with DJ Disco King Mario, I'm going to put it on record. DJ Disco King Mario was the first B-boy DJ. The first hip-hop DJ, because he took it to the parks. He took it to the streets. He was the one that didn't care how you dressed or what you looked like or anything like that. He was for the youth, and hip-hop did not start with adults. It started with preteens, mainly the baby.
Oh, another point. Y'all say other people had all the elements. Now I'm gonna hit you with this. My father was a DJ. He actually had Busy B as an MC at a point in time. He also had Chuck City Crew, and they were dancers. Either some of them were breakdancing, and then another half of the crew was to do with like putting the stuff together, the equipment together, carrying the crates, or DJs themselves. Because I told you some of my family, some of his cousins was part of it too. His brother, God bless the dead, my uncle, was a DJ as well. So he had all of the elements around him as well. But everybody don't know that. But when you really look at people in interviews, they'll tell you. Because who you think Busy B gives credit up to my father all the time? Because he let him get on the mic. He said he's seen something in him.
That's a
y'all
fact.
don't know when y'all be looking at these flyers and you might see only Bambaataa name on it and it say 123. Who you think opened the doors for other people to be able to even play in 123? That was my father's doing. That was my father's doing. Nobody could get that. Nobody.
Hey, now I have 3 videos, and then it's real short, and y'all could give y'all thoughts on it and then close out. Then I'm getting the hell up out of here, and I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I just want to start off with this.
I'm gonna give 90% of hip hop to Jamaica. Jamaica gave birth to hip hop.
Pete Rock and Busta Rhymes seem like they trying to make it like Kool Herc brought Jamaican culture over here and converted us into Jamaican culture and it became hip hop. It's just the opposite. What really happened is Kool Herc came over here and we converted him to African American culture, and he got Americanized, and then he created hip hop music by catering to what we wanted to hear.
And I'm gonna start getting, I say, more Americanized, more hip, and seeing how people react and dancing, you know, and literally, you know what, I'm picking up the gripes from the audience.
Kool Herc came over here and we converted him to African American culture, and he got Americanized, and then he created hip hop music by catering to what we wanted to hear. From my understanding is even old interviews from the 80s where Kool Herc was talking, and he said that when he tried to bring reggae to the Bronx teenagers rejected.
There's never jewelry in this way.
Buzz, what's that around your neck right now?
So Slick Rick is my favorite artist.
There you go.
Everything about his aesthetic, I feel I'm the embodiment of that. West Indian upbringing. We got Jamaican parents. We represent and exemplify that Caribbean culture through the wardrobe. The whole coordination, head to toe, everything matchy-matchy and It's a little different now. We ain't got to be so matchy-matchy now, but, you know.
Things have evolved.
You know, I still love the coordinating that dynamic.
Yeah.
The jewelry, the whole over-the-top presence when you step in a room, it's like you just control a room without even having to utter a word.
And for me, besides it being a cultural thing, it's a historical thing. We was raised.
What it was like coming from London
to America.
Yeah, and then becoming this, you.
Well, the African American culture was so strong, it's overwhelming. You know what I mean? Because I was in England, we was listening to like Chubby Checker,
Yep.
little white stuff. You know what I mean? The Beatles, no diss. The same thing, Harvest.
Yeah.
And then when we came to America, was exposed to this world, not only on music but TV too, like Shaft and Across 110th Street. It was very soulful, so I was exposed to a swag that I hadn't developed yet. So I tried to incorporate all of it as much as you do. I was like from nerds, and they was like cool cats, and they was very blunt with the kids my age. They were very blunt with their conversation. They would talk.
Let's start by this. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay? It's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the these.
How do you think your music has influenced the Latin music and its culture?
I think that, my family is Jamaican, and Latino and Jamaican are Caribbean people. With tropical people, with people that understand what that timing and that rhythm and that pocket feels like in a way unlike any other culture of people. From the bass lines to the way we choose to place our words as people of the Caribbean and of the tropics. I think that it's just it's something you can't really define in words. It's a feeling thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you watch Latinos do the South Side of merengue and you see Jamaican people, do they shit. It's kind of like something that goes hand in hand. And, it ain't a coincidence that in every urban community, the Latino and blacks is there together. That ain't no accident. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you find in every urban community, Middle Eastern and black or Asian and black. You always see Latino and black. And I think we just so a part of each other's cultural significance, not only as tropical people, but even here in the United States, where the multicultural, because the U.S. ain't got no culture. They shit is all our shit. A bunch of our shit is what makes the U.S. whatever you want to call it. We still don't know what that culture is for the U.S., but it's a mix-up of all of our cultures. And in the urban community, the Latino and the West Indian has the greatest influence, and we've always had, and we'll always will, and it's just been that way. So I've actually been
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that? I'll start with you, Mina, and then Mighty. What's your thoughts on all that bull crap?
Hold on, let me say this right quick, because I saw somebody say something about basically, I guess, How's My Father First wasn't the Brooklyn DJs mobile. If you did your due diligence and paid attention to a documentary they made, even though they was trying to claim like they were first, yeah, y'all might have been first in a certain aspect, but not in hip hop. Number two, they focused on sound. And let me expound on that. They focused on having the loudest set. So they piled like 50 million speakers on top of each other. You call that mobile? That's not mobile. Once you set that up, that's set up. They're heavy as hell. So to me, that's not mobile. You ain't going to be able to just pack that up like that. And you got to have a big ass crew to get all of those speakers from piled up on top of each other. They were doing like almost battles up for the block type thing. They're trying to outblast each other. And when you look at that founding father video that was created by people in Brooklyn, which is good, it still shows you what their focus was on. It wasn't even on a specific type of music, to be honest. They just wanted the loudest set. That's it. So to clear that part up, that's my spill on that. Now that whole crap with Busta and Fat Joe, so annoying. I don't know what's going on with these people in New York, but they making us look bad. And if you're going to say some stuff, at least make it look good. But then you got to think, they not even FBA. They both was blending in, but now they get older. And I guess they got a little more bolder with themselves that they just want to come out and claim and put their flag down. All right, be happy of what you were, but you wasn't talking all of that when you first came out. If you're going to be like that, at least be consistent. But you know why you wasn't doing that? Because you was scared that FBA, Black Americans, wouldn't accept you. Point blank, period. You came in like a friend, and now you're trying to steal something or claim something, but you wasn't doing that from the get-go. If you're going to go out like that, you should have started like that. You don't just switch up after everybody likes you and loves your music. Now I got to feel conflicted because you pissing me off.
That's a question.
Even though you was already a little eccentric. And Fat Joe, you can't say it's colorism because you claim in one video you Black, or you was in the 89% to 99% Black neighborhood, and then you want to turn around and say, F these niggas. Everybody knows if they look at your history, you only started this whole bullshit between Blacks and Puerto Ricans because you wanted to have the right to say nigga. And you know you was already saying nigga in New York. So clearly you wanted to make everybody all over the world agree to say that you could say nigga. And no, it's not going to happen like that. You wasn't satisfied with the past that whoever gave it to you allowed you to say it all this time, but when you got pushback from people in other states saying you shouldn't say it, and then you doubled down on a song saying nigga, 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 nigga like 50 million times, he should have been put in his place. But then these people that's older want to sell out and back him up. I don't give a damn he taking you around the world. I don't give a damn if he your friend. That's why you should have put him in his place, because that's your friend. But clearly, you can't put him in his place, so you're going to have his back. No, tell him to stop poking the bear, and that's why he's getting all this bad luck he's getting now. Same with Busta. Right. The only reason why he ain't getting that much steam is I haven't heard his ass double down on it no more. Because if people pay attention, Lord Jamar said he talked to him behind the scenes, that him and Busta talked on the phone. That's why you don't probably hear him saying stuff to that effect out loud anymore. I ain't saying he changed his whole train of thought, but you don't see him running around saying it as much as Joe keep popping out every once in a blue moon. And the only reason why you got brave is because you went to that Walk This Way meeting before they had that march in the Bronx last year and sat amongst Black people and brought that stupid shit up again. You and Crazy Legs. So that emboldened you to talk about it again. He keeps bringing it up. You Spanish people that are mad at Black people, y'all need to be mad at him because he keeps bringing the subject up. Him and Busta's the one that started it. I'm tired of y'all arguing with us in the comments or in the videos. It's their fault. Blame it on them because there was never no conversation or no issue before. Take it to the right people. You scared to correct your own person because they got money? But when it's enough of y'all, money don't matter. They lose sponsorships. They lose jobs. They can't go on tour. We have the power. Right. If you don't want us to keep arguing with each other, hold your people accountable.
Facts.
I'm tired of it already.
Yeah. And they keep trying to bring up Grandmaster Cash starting it. No, he did not. He just he had an interview on Vlad, and Vlad was talking about the origin of hip hop, and he was just breaking it down that, it started from, black people, African Americans.
He didn't start that. He didn't start that.
Yeah, I know he didn't. And this guy, Saint Ephraim, whatever your name is, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, Shalom Bahashim Yahweh Hakudes Israel. I don't know if you're Afro-Latino, then you Israel. If you're a Spaniard, you ain't, Israel. I don't subscribe to the 12-tribe chart. But getting to the point, so we have an understanding. When you're dealing with, you ask about Mario being in the park, right? Mario, we got dated in the parks early 1971, man. Some even go as far as 70.
Hold on, they said Wano spoke for KRS-One. Actually, to my knowledge, he didn't start it, but he's just another person that expounded on it. But he could get shouted out too. I already said something about that too. Y'all act like people scared to say people's fucking name. Yo, you already know he got a temple of hip hop. That's all that love, peace, and happiness. He follows the whole disciple of Bambaataa. Just because he's uplifting Herc now, let's not forget who he was behind in the beginning. All right? Stop being stupid. He is for everybody inclusion. Yeah. So he's gonna go along with that whole, oh yeah, we started at 50-50. He know that shit ain't right. Look at his own crew. He didn't have Spanish people all through his own crew. Cut it out, yo. Cut it out. Just cut it out. I hate saying people's name, but to think that people scared to say people's name, it ain't like I'm in the business. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And I love KRS-One. But when people talk about all this unity, black power, all this stuff, and then y'all start selling out or wanting to be peaceful, you could be peaceful and still tell the truth. If your Spanish friend or Caribbean friend don't like you after you telling the truth, then they was never your friend to begin with. Yep. Or they need to talk to you and get an understanding of why you even saying what you're saying, instead of just jumping on the side of their own race just because it's their race blindly. It's not even truly a race thing. Because if you respectful and you already in it, or you consider yourself a hip-hop baby, ain't nobody gonna kick you out of it. It's the disrespect. Y'all scared that we're gonna shut the door on y'all and kick y'all all out. No, if you in here and you respectful, then you in here. If you got history, nobody can wipe away your history. But if you full of shit, you full of shit. You a full of shit pioneer. And some of them is bumping up their titles because y'all younger people don't even know no better. Some of them are just legends. Some of them are pioneers. And some of them are just other people. They're not all they're cracked up to be. I found out very late, but very early, you cannot praise these people. The most you can do is just like their music. Because the stuff that they saying right now, oh, hell no. Hell no. I can't get behind that. That's some selling out shit. But then again, people are older and they just started getting money instead of getting money when they should have got it, or they had bad deals. So part of me could understand it, but then I wouldn't get on camera and say shit. I would just collect my money. But to come out on camera and turn on your own race, nationality, or the history that you really know to be true is sad. And it shouldn't be tolerated.
And you could tell
by nobody.
You could tell that
nobody.
You could tell that he was lying. And again, no disrespect to Grandmaster Melly Mel, but if we understand body language, we understand how people move, the constant stuttering. It was like you could tell that he was going to fabricate something in his statement before he said it. You know what I'm saying? Verse, if it's true, it's just going to come out simple and plain and pure. It's not going to be, and no, you was there, right? And then you said you was the first MC, and you know that ain't true. And then you said these are the, before these people there was none. You talking about Flash, Bambaataa, Herc. You know that's a lie. You know it was people before them guys. You knew that. And then all the people that you mentioned, they were all foundational Black Americans. All we are saying is this is an African-American foundational Black American creation. And then I'm saying this is to all the pioneer Hispanic people that's alive. This is for y'all. If y'all know that what we're saying is true, if you keep your mouth shut, then you're a part of the problem. Because y'all not saying nothing. The only ones that said something was Big Pun before he died. You got Cuban Link, he coming out, and then y'all shitting on Cuban Link and trying to make it seem like he's sour against Fat Joe. So he's not being looked at as credible in that sense. And then what other Hispanics you got Backs here and there. He say what he say, but who else do you got? All those Hispanics. This is how you know it's a lie. Crazy Legs recanting his statement. Star Child of Rock. All these guys that was originally telling y'all the truth, they changed the narrative. Why won't y'all consider that? Why won't y'all say, damn, but didn't y'all say in all these interviews, this started with Black Americans, and then now all of a sudden y'all saying something different? That y'all don't look at that as suspect, that they all originally, and wouldn't it be more fresh in their mind at the time when they first came in? Wouldn't they? Or that's like if I seen Mike Larry with a red shirt on today, and then 50 years later I say he had on a blue one. Wouldn't it be more fresh in my mind when I first seen him with the shirt on, it being red? So that's the same thing in this argument right here, that we're going to these videos when these old men were young men, and they told you that this was an African-American creation, and now they recant their statement. And then you got this crazy psychopathic Dr. Cologne going on, trolling on everybody's shit, pushing. I'm telling you, a lot of these people are being funded by the government, man, to push these agendas out there to people, so we'll be discombobulated. Remember, nobody's looking at his page. He's looking to see who's talking about. I guarantee you.
He can make a video. Absolutely. He's probably watching now.
And people, I'm not mad at nobody. I'm just passionate because I'm a child of somebody that they tried to erase because he passed away early, and they tried to dismiss him as just a disco DJ. So if the information is new and you're just trying to process it, I apologize if I seem like I'm coming off harsh, but you have to put yourself in my shoes as well. Nobody else is really talking. And me being his oldest child, I felt and took it on to myself to speak finally. You know, I've been seeing these things going around, and I'm like, all right, nobody gonna set this straight. So, or I'm seeing people outside of myself trying to set it straight, but I'm like, it needs to be somebody in his family setting it straight. Yes, my uncle who passed away and one of my cousins has been on film setting stuff straight too, but somebody in the physical form needs to set it straight today. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all don't have to believe me, but y'all have to get on your due diligence and just look for yourself. Like, the stuff I'm saying is not lies, and some of it, yes, is opinions, but the stuff about my father that I know to be true is true. And yes, I was a baby, but I was born in the 70s, and I do have a mother that was with him before. You understand what I'm saying? So to totally discredit somebody's child is crazy. And I do have relatives that was in his crew.
Hey,
that's all I'm trying to say. And I love hip hop, and I don't like these lies coming out of New York. It's making New York look bad. Like, do y'all be seeing what these other states say? I know New York could have their head on their shoulders and be conceited in their own little world. But no, you cannot let us go outside like that with these people telling lies. doing these whack ass answer backs to people. It's just a whole bunch of crap. We're already not on top right now. But then to have people going on here looking stupid too? No, hell no. You gotta check these people. You gotta check them. You can't stop them, but if you check them enough, either they'll stop talking or they'll change their story back to the way it's supposed to be, the way they said it in the beginning.
Hey, that's perfectly said. Hey, close out and just tell people how to reach y'all and things of that nature. I'm ready to go cook, nigga. I'm hungry. Word. So we gonna start with you, Mighty Hebrew, and then we're gonna let Royalty close out.
Yeah, absolutely. Shalom Bahashim Yahweh Hakuri Sisrael. This is the Mighty Hebrew Prince Charlene Dean, Ben Ami Motozoyam Ben Yasha Allah Senior. You can reach me on my IG at Prince Motozoyam Yasha Allah, MATAZARYAM, Yasha Allah, YASHARAHLA. Same name on my Facebook page. Also, you can go to Truth is Power 12 on my what you call it, TikTok. Also, you can email me at mightyhebrew4, the number 4 at gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely an honor and a privilege. Also, you can get my albums. They all over the world. My first album is Mine, which is an acronym that means mental is never destroyed. Then my second album, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. And then my third album, War Cloud. Shout out to my producers, Killer Priest, Hellraiser, Chief Kantar, Lord Melchizedek, and DJ Los. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm working on my newest album, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. So be on the lookout on that. I'm over here in 2 locations, Dimona, Israel, Northeast Africa, and Tanzania, East Africa. So yeah, it was definitely an honor and a privilege. Like I said, hip hop was found by foundational Black Americans. Shout out to my hometown, everybody in Philly. Shalom Aleichem.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Close out, Queen, and how everybody can reach you.
All right, everybody. I'm Mina, and I'm on Facebook, Mina Hilliard. So MINA Hilliard, HILLIARD. And if I want you to reach me on somewhere else, I'll let you know. I'll filter it out because anybody could be trying to go on my page now.
Yeah,
but
I'll be very cautious. Go ahead.
But I was happy to be here and say my piece on my father's behalf. And thank you for allowing me to speak. Good night, everybody.
You have a blessed
well, good morning.
All right. Have a blessed one, love.
You too. Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm about to get the hell out of here. I'm done and I'm hungry for real. But it was a great live, man. A real great live. All I ask everybody, please, if you haven't shared this video, please share before you leave. If you haven't shared, please share. If you haven't shared this video, please share. If you haven't shared this video, please share and hit that like button. I want to salute SaSa for coming on. I want to thank Cornbread Mafia for making this happen. Thank you for Chip. The Mad Hatter. I want to thank my brother, the Mighty Hebrew. Salute to him. Thank you, DJ FaZe, for popping up, wilding, but it was good nevertheless. And thank you to the late great Disco King Mario's daughter. Salute to you, Mina. I want to thank everybody. I hope y'all learned something. I really do. And just share. And I close by saying this. History is the track record of who you are. History It's the track record of who you really are. We have a long documented, that's the key word, documented history that goes way back. We have documented history. I love to say this point because sometimes this needs to be said. Out of every culture known to man that's not FBA or Black Americans, I want to go back 100 years. 100 years. Y'all heard me say this before, but I have to drill it. Black American culture from 100 years ago today, the inventions, the culture, the music, fashion, I think I said inventions already, all of the above, what embodies culture and civil rights leaders, same thing as the most influences, all of that, all of the above, right? Black Americans, Africans, continental Africans, Jamaicans, Hispanics, so forth, so on. All of us, all of those cultures compared to Black Americans from 100 years ago, let's show documentation, pictures and video, books, or whatever the case may be, documented proof, not just hearsay. Every day of the week, every week of the month, every month of the year, every decade after decade after decade to 2025, March 9th, 18th, in this time. Let's see who culture is the most advanced, most influential, who is the most copied. Who you think that will be? Because history is the track record of who you really are. I could go in a little bit further, but I think I cooked it very well. Thank you, everybody that came on here and spoke their mind. FBA, Black Americans, you are the culture. And if this is divisive to you because we spoke our truth, then something is wrong with you. No room for the lies can live in a room full of truth. Everybody, peace. Oh, I swear, I have to say this. All my Jamaican friends, or my Caribbean people that I know, grew up with, or my Hispanic people that I grew up with, that's peoples and everything that I grew up with that know me, even for those that don't know me, this is not to be divisive or anything like that. We just waving our flag and correcting the lies. So again, if this makes you feel uncomfortable and to correct your lies, then that only lets me know who was being divisive in the first place. We can't be divisive by correcting the lies. It is your people's fault that this paradigm shift is here, and it's too late. It's too late now. Y'all woke up to sleep a giant, and it's gonna be like this forever now. It's blame your own people. Blame Buster, blame Joe, blame Pete, blame KRS, blame everybody. We only reacting to your actions. Thank y'all for tuning in. Don't forget to share. Deuces, nigga.